Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. After taking in a friend's baby, a Casper foster mom says her family became the target of anonymous threats by the biological mother. Cowboy State Daily's Colby Fedor reports that the bio mom is charged with 2 stalking felonies.
Investigators allege that 27-year-old Dodgy Carter used fake messaging apps, social media accounts, and more to reach out to a foster mom while she had custody of her biological son. When the infant was first placed in Monroe's care, she received an anonymous message that said, "You're going to die," with a knife emoji and blood. Monroe quickly took this to the police, and an investigation was able to link it back to Dodgy Carter. The threats continued for several weeks, even after protection orders were put in place.
Carter was bound over to district court Tuesday after a preliminary hearing on 2 felony counts of stalking and 2 misdemeanor counts of violating a stalking protection order. She's posted a $3,500 surety bond and was released from custody. U.S. House candidate Steve Freese received 19 endorsements on Thursday by Republican lawmakers, former legislators, and energy industry leaders. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Chuck Gray calls them, quote, a tired class of political 1% insiders.
Steve Freese, who's running for U.S. House, garnered 19 endorsements this week, including from former Republican Governor Jim Geringer, a host of Republican lawmakers, former lawmakers, oil and gas industry leaders. Secretary of State Chuck Gray fired back by calling them a class of insiders, essentially, who are in favor of woke wind and data center projects. That may come as a surprise to some of them. For example, Dan Dockstetter, who was among the endorsers, was one of the very few votes against big tax exemptions for data centers.
Gray has come out against data centers, while Freese has said state and county governments, not Congress, should lead data center permitting decisions in ways that protect Wyomingites. Both men tout a pro-traditional energy stance. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. Make sure your vehicle is in good working condition. Proper tire inflation, fluids topped off, good wiper blades, and brake inspections. Carry emergency supplies in your vehicle like non-perishable food and water. This is a reminder from the Wyoming Department of Transportation. Tax revenue from Wyoming wind projects supports police, fire, EMS, and schools. Energy development is about communities, not just power. More information is available at poweringupwyoming.org. Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Another 10 illegal drivers were busted in Laramie County on Sheriff Brian Kozak's latest Truck Around and Find Out operation this week. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that includes one speeding with what looked like emergency lights.
The last truck around campaign that they did, they arrested 46. They started this back in November. There's almost 130 illegal drivers have been taken off the road. But Kozak said that really it's not about, although that gets the headlines, it's not about just going out and rounding up illegal drivers. It's about unsafe truck driving, and people who are illegal and don't have licenses are unsafe. Kozak also said that he knows the Truck Around and Find Out campaign is going to get criticism. It's going to be politicized, and he says he's expected that, and that has happened.
Overall, this week's Truck Around and Find Out resulted in about 120 traffic stops, with 40 tickets issued to drivers and 10 arrests for being in the country illegally. So says Sheriff Kozak and Chief Deputy Chance Walkama. A suspended Newcastle police sergeant pleaded not guilty Thursday to charges alleging a year-long pattern of abuse toward a woman. Cowboy State Daily's Colby Fedor reports that he faces up to 27 and a half years in prison.
On Thursday, a suspended Newcastle police sergeant pled not guilty to 6 criminal charges. Prosecutors say that 36-year-old Nicholas Kaminsky, in uniform, terrorized an ex-girlfriend. He used a police cruiser, a canine, and allegedly a knife. Kaminsky posted a $35,000 cash bond weeks ago. His next court appearance will be for a trial unless they come to a plea agreement before then.
During the hearing, defense attorney Ryan Titus told the court Kaminsky had found new employment payment that requires travel. He asked the judge to modify Kaminsky's bond conditions to allow him to leave the 6th Judicial District Court for work. Cook County Attorney Denise Day did not object. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
Derek! Go wash up and grab your sister.
Okay, but first... Where's Grandma?
Hey, Mama. Ma.
I'm worried about Mom.
Mom? She's fine. These the ones, right, Mama?
Yeah, groundlings,
Sweet potatoes.
sweet potatoes.
Daddy, it's salty.
Grandma's just getting old. Some things come with age.
And some don't.
Early detection of Alzheimer's can lead to better care for your loved one.
Add 2 eggs.
Learn the early warning signs at 10signs.org.
Hey, it's a finally Friday Cowboy State Daily Show. Kicking off with a crowded lineup, almost as crowded as the Republican run for U.S. House. Bradley Schurman here. Moments away from that, is America facing a retirement security crisis? Can you retire anymore? Or do you got to work till you get to the grave? Tom Lubnau is here, Cowboy State Daily columnist. And he says we're smack in the middle of silly season when it comes to political campaigns. Treasurer Curt Meier joins. For just the second time, Treasurer Meier will update us on his campaign. He does have a challenger for treasurer. Steve True drops in. He's the livestock director. We'll talk about electronic cattle tags. Bill Sniffin on a Friday. Tom Kelly running for State Superintendent of Public Instruction will be here to update us on his campaign efforts. Aaron Brown, Wyoming Highway Patrol, makes the scene. Steve Freeze running for U.S. House. Steve says it's a two-man race, him and Chuck. Mitchell Huene. He runs Cowboys with a mission, and he is on a mission to find hay anywhere he can find it. Hay is scarce, and we'll see if we can help Mitchell out. And finally, Cowboy State Daily columnist and Cowboy legend Rod Miller will be on the show as well. As you see, much to do and lots to cover. Cowboy State Daily stories we want to get to. Colby Fedor story about the foster parent versus biological mom. Restraining orders there, anonymous threats. That's get nasty. And headed to court, I would imagine. Steve Freeze, once again, Steve will be on the show. The latest story from Claire McFarland. Steve says he's got 19 high-profile endorsements. Secretary of State Chuck Gray, also running for U.S. House, says they're all from tired political insiders. We'll get Steve Free's latest update on how goes the campaign. Suspended Newcastle cop pleads not guilty to assault, domestic battery charges. Story from Colby Fedor as well. Greg Johnson wonders what happens to the $250,000 bond put up for the accused sex abuser who was a no-show at court. Remember, they had to arrest him in the Bay Area just yesterday. The Douglas man facing 72 child sex and pornography-related charges was a no-show for an arraignment Tuesday. Does that mean the $250,000 bond is forfeited? Greg Johnson explains how that works. Well, everybody's got a OnlyFans page except for me, I guess. I'm the last one to get there. This marmot has an OnlyFans page, launched an account. The website's called Only Marms. It's raising money for a marmot project and proving indeed I'm the last person on earth to not get my OnlyFans page. I got to get on that, man. These stories, a lot more that I want to discuss here on a Friday. First, let's get a Don Day weather forecast to you. Casper, areas of smoke, chance of rain, mainly after 4-ish. Otherwise, sunny, breezy, and warm. 92 the high in Casper. That's nothing. I think we can do better than that elsewhere. We'll see. 88 and 90 in Lander, with smoke and a chance of rain. Sunny, 88 in Evanston. 91 in Rock Springs with maybe some smoke to contend with, mixing with sun. Pinedale, patchy smoke with a chance of rain around 3. Highs 84. Afton, patchy smoke, chance of rain around 3. 89. DuBois, smoke, rain, sun. 83. Jackson, patchy smoke with just a slight chance of afternoon rain. Highs in the upper 80s. Thermopolis, you'll top out at 95 today. Could be a little smoky. Can't rule out a rain shower in the afternoon. Cody, same. Smoke, rain, sun, 92. Powell, smoke, rain, sun, 93. Jackson, Buffalo. See, I'm already calling my new hometown Jackson. Buffalo, chance of rain about 1-ish. Smoke, sun, 88. Sheridan, mostly sunny with a slight chance of a rain shower about 1. 96 the high in Sheridan. Gillette, mostly sunny, 91. Newcastle, sunny, 88. Torrington, you'll top out 92 with a chance of rain about mid-afternoon. Wheatland, 91. Cheyenne, chance of rain mid-afternoon, otherwise sunny, 85. Laramie, could see an afternoon rain shower as well with highs 82. Rawlins, 88. And plenty of sun. So a little bit of moisture still hanging around, kind of. But heading for the weekend, Saturday, Sunday, dirt burners, as Don Day would say, as we set up under a heat dome and an omega block. That's what I read from the big national weather forecasters. We're in a heat dome and an omega block. We'll see what Don Day thinks about that stuff. Latest breaking news, after you went to bed last night, waking up this morning, U.S. spy agencies do suspect that it's Iran behind cyber attacks in Minnesota on water facilities. Some 7 states saw similar attacks, cyber attacks on water, on municipal water systems. That's frightening stuff. More than 30 in Minnesota alone. And an additional 7 states suspected to have fallen under attack similarly. CIA, FBI, they're all looking into it. And so far, there is evidence that points to Tehran likely behind the coordinated attack on these water systems. Cyber attack. That is futuristic computer stuff, and it's pretty frightening when you think about it. Meanwhile, President Trump says his board of peace has reached a disarmament deal in Gaza. We've heard this before. But according to Trump, for the first time, Hamas has officially committed to an actionable plan for relinquishing all of its weapons. Show me that and I'll believe it. Will be followed by Israeli withdrawal from Gaza. Show me that and I'll believe it. Those are, neither side is commenting on it, but President Trump said his board of peace has got Hamas to lay down arms and Israel to leave Gaza. Those two things, I don't know that we would see in our lifetime. We're going to have to check and verify on that. Meanwhile, we know Spain and France are on fire to the point where Spain refugees are simply leaving, swimming to Portugal, I think, or not Portugal. They're swimming somewhere. They're just leaving. And Crete, the Greek island of Crete, is now on fire. Thousands forced to flee. 2 firefighters dead as a series of huge wildfires have charred Europe this summer. Greece is now the latest to be on fire over there in Europe. Crazy. An appeals court still considering the legality of President Trump's White House ballroom project. Meanwhile, it's full speed ahead on construction. You better hurry up with that appeals court. If you find it's not legal, the thing may already be built by the time you get there. Then what do? Tear it down? Here's a simple math equation. 2 + 2 = 4, right? Let's do some more easy math. President Trump, the Trump administration, has just announced it is exempting natural diamonds from its latest batch of tariff proposals. This following, almost immediately, a gift to Trump of a ring encrusted with 321 diamonds from a trade group in Belgium. I'm connecting dots. I'm doing some math here. Diamonds exempted from tariffs. Trump rocking a new ring with 321 diamonds. How big is this thing? You thought those Super Bowl rings were big. Yeah, I kind of see the math here. Elon Musk says he's planning to spend at least $100 million on midterm elections in order to help Republicans. Mayor Zoran Mamdani of New York City said he supported reparations for some Black New Yorkers, but said it was still too early to commit on direct cash payments. Mayor Mamdani offering to pay Black New Yorkers for slavery all those many years ago. Texas parents are suing. Some Texas parents are suing to remove 10 Commandment posters from classrooms. Texas and I think Florida is considering, but Texas did make a Bible study mandatory in public classrooms. So we see which way Texas is heading. They also put 10 Commandments in classrooms, and now Texas parents are suing to have that removed. U.S. economy growth slowed in the last quarter, pulled down by high prices and supply chain disruptions. Once again, I talked about that yesterday. How long is the supply chain going to be disrupted? I mean, COVID ruined everything. And there's also supply chain disruptions now with the war in Iran, which has entered its 5th month. And finally, this is classic. AI is going to take all our jobs. AI is going to destroy mankind. But AI can't even figure out a map. An American map used in a White House conference. This was a State Department conference that was happening. The Trump administration was doing a global health conference, and it particularly concerned AIDS 2026 update in Africa, the continent. And the map labeled certain, African countries that were struggling most with AIDS and how much money they had spent on AIDS. Problem is, the map was almost completely incorrect. It had Nigeria in the wrong place. Mozambique was misidentified. Uganda, Malawi, Cameroon, all those countries pointing on the map had them in the wrong places. The map was generated by AI. That was the suspicion. Now the State Department has taken full responsibility for the incorrect map, saying, yes, it was generated by AI and it was wrong. Oh, man. And AI is going to take our jobs. First, it's got to figure out a map.
A good life begins with a good company. Powder River Energy Corporation, or Precorp, a consumer-owned electric cooperative in Northeast Wyoming, has careers in accounting, member service, and engineering. Precorp is always striving for A-plus service, great rates, and being a trusted energy partner. Their work environment is driven by knowing your role, living your values, and making your career plan. If you are looking to be part of an industry leader, then look no further. Go to precorp.coop/employment opportunities and apply today.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
When it comes to making plans, you are the best. Those 9 months were also 273 days of planning. What about your daughter's first costume party? It was out of this world. And let's not forget those barbecues you plan in detail for your family and your more vegetarian by the day best friends. That surprise party for your parents' golden anniversary? You get the golden planning. The same way you plan each detail for those moments, start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Sign up for local weather and emergency alerts. Prepare an emergency kit and make a family communications plan. Protecting your family is the best plan you can make.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
When the uniform comes off, the battle doesn't always end. Too many of our veterans are fighting silent wars with trauma, with loss, with hopelessness. Downrange Warriors stands in that gap, offering peer support, purpose, and a brotherhood that saves lives. You can help. Visit downrangewarriors.org because no warrior should ever walk alone. Hope is waiting. Be the reason they find it.
All right, we're back at it on a finally Friday Cowboy State Daily Show. Just underway. You haven't missed anything, except now you better get with us. Bradley Schurman's here, founder of Human Change and a demographic strategist who studies how aging populations are reshaping the economy. Author of The Super Age, Decoding Our Demographic Destiny. That dropped on HarperCollins in 22. He's got a new book cooked up that we'll talk about. You often see this guy on Wall Street Journal, New York Times, Newsweek, USA Today, NBC, CBS, and now here, finally. He saved the best for last. Bradley, great to have you on. How you doing this morning?
Great to be here. Happy morning to you.
So our topic is America facing a retirement security crisis. We'll talk about retirement almost every day. I see a headline saying, this is how much you need to have set aside to retire at age whatever. We're all talking about retirement, mainly driven by the fact that we're an aging population, the boomers and different generations, and we're not having babies anymore. So this is it. All of us are going to hit retirement. We're going to talk about what it means for Gen X. And we're going to talk about what it means, when we talk about, do you have a nest egg, sufficient nest egg? Depends on where you are. Very much demographic driven. Where do you want to start? Just an overview, like It's right to be concerned with retirement, and it's probably why it's in the headlines all the time. It's huge right now, concerns about your retirement.
That's right. We are running straight into a wall in the coming years because our government has failed to keep up with the times. And in just a few short years, the Social Security Trust Fund is going to run out of money. And that doesn't mean that your Social Security benefit goes away, but it does mean that it will drop significantly, somewhere between 20 to 30% a month. And that's a lot for people on a fixed income. At the same time, Medicare is running out of money too. So you're going to see increased spending, out-of-pocket spending for people in old age. So we're getting hit by a double whammy at once.
I mean, what does that mean for folks that are getting close to retirement age now? If you're, approaching 60s, in your 60s, you're trying to decide, do I do early retirement? I don't get full benefits. Do I wait? Are more Americans waiting now? Because, we're living longer. We're fine. A lot of folks aren't ready to retire at 65. We'll go through our 70s. What is it doing now for that generation, maybe boomers that are right on the cusp of thinking about retirement? What are they concerned about?
I think everyone's concerned about their financial security and being hit by a major economic scare later in life, because it is harder to be employed after 65. It's much harder to get a job in those quote unquote post-retirement years. People are working longer, though. That is statistically accurate. We have about 25% of the workforce now over 65 that's working. That's a significant increase over the past 30 years. So it is changing, but these people are still economically insecure. And every single person has to do their own calculus on what their retirement prospects look like. Many people are still taking that early out for retirement. But if you can wait until the absolute last minute to take it, your benefit is going to be bigger for you in the long run.
Yeah, I'm seeing that. I mean, when I look at my Social Security, whatever, what about this idea that Social Security is going to run dry? I mean, what about the next generation? Gen X, I think you say in some of your materials, and by the way, you can find out more, BradleySchurman.com, our guest, or read the book, order the book. Gen X running out of runway. Is Social Security going to be dried up by the time they get there?
I think yes and no. I mean, I don't think that there's going to be money out of the pot completely, but I think we can plan for a smaller benefit than many people were anticipating. I'm a late Gen Xer. I was born in 1977. Everyone told me when I was growing up, Social Security isn't going to be there for you. We were the first generation to essentially have 401ks hoisted upon us, although the literacy around those was kind of spotty at the time. So not enough people took them up early enough for them to have a real measurable impact. And let's be honest, we are a nation of debt. Americans love debt. We live on debt. And because of that, we don't save at nearly the rate we need to have a truly comfortable retirement. Now, again, calculus is different for different people, depending on your geographic location. If you live in New York City, it's going to cost a lot more to be retired than it would somewhere in the deep South.
Yeah, I want to talk about that. Let's think about demographic. Let's think about place. You concentrate at the intersection of people and place. How does what does retirement look like depending on where you are? We're becoming a more mobile society. We can work kind of anywhere, but maybe where jobs are where things are expensive. In New York, Atlanta, Chicago, like if that's where we work, it's also expensive to live there. So what matters about where we are when it comes to retirement?
It's hugely important choosing the right place to live. In fact, my friend Ryan Frederick talks about place planning as being one of the most important things we can do throughout our lifetime. And it's something that starts, he argues, as early as 18 when people head out of the nest for the first time, perhaps to a trade school or college, because those decisions that we make influence our health, our wealth, and our overall well-being. So when you get to retirement years, there's a number of things you have to consider. The financial piece is a big part of it, but you also want to make sure that you're considering whether or not there's a good healthcare system in your city where you live. Because if you're living in rural America, for example, we are encountering a healthcare crisis there unlike anything we've ever experienced before in the United States with the rapid closure of rural hospitals. So it is harder to get care there than it would be in a bigger city. In my Geography of Prosperity Index, which you can find at geographyofprosperity.com, some of the highest performing cities in the nation also tend to be the most expensive. So you get what you pay for in many regards. And that's a tough pill to swallow because we like to think we live in a fairly egalitarian society here, but money still buys access even to a comfortable retirement.
So we should be thinking way early, however early on you think you're being early, you're probably still not early enough, or you're never too early. Start thinking about where you might go when you retire, where you might live better. Your dollar stretches farther, but you got to be concerned about a lot of things. Access to healthcare is so huge. In Wyoming, it's a long way away for many of us. So what should we look at? Should we be watching those USA Today rankings, Wallet Hub, best places to retire? Should we go to your website? Where do we learn? And maybe we start taking vacations there and see if that might fit for us. I don't know.
Yeah, everyone needs to assess it themselves because everyone's financial and health situation and even family situation is different. You know, one of the main things that is so important for us as we get older is not just how much money we have in our pocket, but what kind of wealth we have in terms of our relationships. Good friends, good family close by, that is really essential to a successful retirement because those folks will help hold us up even when things get a little tough. And you can find that in towns and cities across the nation that have high social cohesion scores. That means that people are actually working together towards a common goal. And that's a pretty cool thing to find. Now, yes, everybody should take a look into those lists. Those lists are plentiful and sometimes they can be confusing, but I think of them as data points. And whenever you make a big life decision, you're taking a lot of data points in to make sure that you're making the one that's best for you and for your family. So I would take a look at as many of them as possible and decide what's my calculus going to be.
Hey, Bradley, let's talk about employers and what they're doing for you and where they might be pulling back. I know, employers, if we're young and climbing corporate ladders, we're probably not thinking about retirement. We're offered pension plans, health benefits in retirement, all these nice, shiny objects by companies. But some of them we watch are pulling those back. Here in Wyoming, you probably didn't see, we just had a major coal producer just decide they were going to eliminate a health benefit plan completely legally. Some companies are really getting skinny with pension programs and 401ks. What are companies doing out there? Are they taking care of us or are they taking care of their bottom line?
They're not. They're always taking care of their bottom line first. And I think that's one thing that many Americans haven't fully come to terms with. Is that at the end of the day, a corporation's number one goal is to its shareholders and to its bottom line. Anything else is effectively disposable, including you. And that is a hard pill to swallow because for a good part of American history, at least in many of our muscle memory, we remember the days when corporations had to compete for talent, when they pushed wages higher, when unions were strong, and we demanded more from our employers. But over the past decade or so, we've seen a real divergence in terms of productivity and payout from employers. So since the end of the Second World War, productivity is up something like 7x, right? Or 5x. But your salaries are only up about 3x. And now they're cutting into those benefits, those things that really lured you in to that company in the first place. And that's causing a pretty big sting. There's no denying it. So you had asked earlier about when people should be planning for retirement. The second you get your first paycheck.
Yeah.
And if you have kids, you start getting them on the path to financial security as soon as humanly possible. And there are tons of tax tricks to do this, but you got to start from day one. The second that baby is born, you put them on that retirement plan, you get their financial literacy up as much as possible, and anything you can squirrel away for savings, you do it.
Bradley Schurman is joining us. We're talking about retirement options. Don't expect the government to have you covered as far as Social Security and programs like that. Don't expect your employer to be concerned with you when you hit age 65 or whenever you do retire. You'll get they'll bake you a cake and pat you on the back, but it's up to you to plan. So we've gone through a lot of scary scenarios, Bradley, but I want to offer hope. And I hope hope is in the book. Let's talk about materials we can find on your website, stuff we can find in the Super Age, the book, and then and another new book coming out, right?
Right. So there's plenty of hope here. It shouldn't sound all gloom and doom, but I do think we have to take life and the reality of today with a heavy dose of a spoonful of sugar, if you will. Because it is a little rough for folks right now. Our purchasing parity is not what it was. This is happening across the West, not just here in the United States, all across Europe, Canada, Australia, New Zealand. We're struggling with housing costs too. There is opportunity here. And in my new book and work called The Geography of Prosperity, The Cities Reimagining the American Dream, we're starting to see a number of very proactive mayors really rethinking what life is like within their place. And some of this sounds very rudimentary, but adjustments to zoning is allowing for more affordable housing to be built. And affordable housing shouldn't be seen as a pariah. We're not talking about public housing necessarily, which I know many people wince at. But we're talking about the ability to have better land use for the property you already own. So about a quarter of Americans are already living, and this is a growing trend, in what we define as multi-generational households. That means at least 3 generations under one roof. That's how my grandparents lived, but it's coming back into vogue. But we don't necessarily want to live under the same roof. We'd rather live on mini compounds. So some cities are allowing the ability for you to build duplexes and triplexes on your property, perhaps even add an accessory dwelling unit. And sometimes they're called ADUs or granny pads. Mm-hmm. And this is really smart local zoning that's making life more affordable, more flexible for everyday Americans that own property.
Yeah, Bradley, I've been hearing this a lot from many guests, whatever our topic is. It always comes around to housing and the issue there, and onerous land development regulations, onerous building from that whole process is made so difficult, confusing, and it doesn't have to be. Eliminating red tape can get more affordable housing built, and it just not happening fast enough. Yeah, I've been hearing that over and over. Interesting.
And there are some cities where you're going to find really proactive policies in place. And this is not a red city, blue city issue. This is just smart planning. So in Minneapolis in 2020, they eliminated single family zoning altogether in the city. They have had the lowest cost of housing increase of any city in the nation as a result. And they've still built more housing. People are still making money off their properties. But then you have the really simple ways of making zoning policy more accessible. In Boise, Idaho, for example, they developed a comic book essentially to explain the zoning process for city residents. Because if you've ever gone into zoning code, it is a freaking menagerie. Right. It is a mess, and it's very hard to understand. You know your city is working well. You know your city is working for you when you can get a building permit within 6 months. If it takes any more than that, if it takes a year, 2 years, your city is not working for you. My good friend Brian Elms calls it the canary in the coal mine. That's how you know your city's not working for you. And as we are in this really significant period of transition right now in the country, politically at least, where the federal government is devolving a lot of its decision-making power, the way it puts out cash to the states, our local governments, our state governments are going to be more and more important, at least through 2028 and probably into the foreseeable future.
Is America facing retirement security crisis? A lot of us have anxiety over retirement, and probably rightly so. We're an aging population. Birth rates are down. We're all one day going to stop working. Can we afford to? One stop. Start with BradleySherman.com and maybe read a couple of books and prepare yourself. It's never too early. Bradley, thank you for being on.
Thanks for having me.
Cowboy State Daily Show, back in a moment.
This is Robert Short, candidate for Secretary of State. I've built businesses in Wyoming, served as an election judge, and worked diligently the past 11 years as a county commissioner to create collaborations and partnerships with stakeholders around our state and nation to benefit the people of Wyoming. As your next Secretary of State, you can count on me to put these skills to work for the benefit of you, the people of Wyoming. Vote Robert Short, Secretary of State. Visit shortforstate.com for more info, paid for by Short for State.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
You've done the hard part. You quit smoking. Now do the easy part and get scanned for lung cancer. If you smoked, you may still be at risk, but early detection could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear, but don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks.
Move.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
Interesting, we should have a retirement-themed PSA played before this. Tom, we've been talking about retirement, and the gist of it is neither one of us can afford to retire yet, so we're going to have to keep at it.
Keep at it every day.
Keep going. Columnist, Cowboy State Daily columnist Tom Lubnau is here, the latest column from him. We're into silly season, or as Tom calls it, desperation season, as we get into August. We're almost to August, where it's really going to heat up. August 18th primary, and boy, they're going at each other, claws out, knives out in the U.S. House race.
It's an interesting election season and campaign strategies I've never seen before.
Yeah. Not since, Rod Miller also has a column. And by the way, Rod loves your latest column. And Rod's talking about how some of this reminds him of 1986 and the race for governor in Wyoming. But yeah, what have you seen that you haven't seen before? I mean, we've been nasty in politics before. Maybe not Wyoming,
but
the
nastiness is expected. You know, as people get their polling data and they get desperate.
Yeah,
they pull out the last ditch efforts. And you've seen in the governor's race, you saw dirty tricks against Barlow, and you saw dirty tricks against Bien.
I was not aware of those.
Yeah. Well, yeah, the what was it? The Daily Caller, an English newspaper, published a story saying that Brett Bien's campaign was guilty of following sexually explicit websites, including children. And Bien said, "Oh, that's not true." And
Yeah.
And then he sicked his lawyers on him. And then there's a whole series of TV commercials out there distorting Eric Barlow's record on school choice and gender transitions. It's completely false. What had happened was in one session, there were some poorly worded bills, so he voted against those. And in the next section, there were fixed bills, and he voted for those because voting for a bad law, with turning it into a campaign term, is worse than voting for a good law. So you saw those attacks, and Reed Reisner's been doing attacks against Chuck Gray since he entered the campaign. I don't know how effective those are. I guess Reed has professionals helping him, and maybe they have better luck. You have Steve Freese saying, I'm the only one who can beat Chuck, vote for me, which is a different strategy than I'm the best candidate, vote for me. And maybe I had a poorly worded line in the column about hold your nose and vote for me. I didn't mean anything bad about Steve. He's a fine candidate. He's like any other candidate. There's some things I like about him, some things I don't. But it just seemed an interesting campaign strategy. What he's saying is, I know that you love somebody else, but I'm the only one who can beat somebody who everybody doesn't like. And everybody doesn't like Chuck. They just he just has a lot of negatives, and taking advantage of a candidate's high negatives seems like an interesting campaign strategy.
I'm anyone but Chuck, the ABC strategy, as Tom points out in the column. I think I don't mind that as a strategy, a campaign. If I was running the Freeze campaign, I mean, there is an element of that because certainly Chuck has brings some negativity. But what are we to make of Reisner and Freeze both jumping on, attacking Chuck? It makes me think Chuck Gray's in the lead if that's the only guy they're concerned with, those two.
Well, Freeze released a poll that said Chuck and I are in the lead at 16%, and if you don't want Chuck, vote for me.
Okay.
Which is, I mean, that's just an interesting campaign tactic. It's something I'd never seen before.
Yeah. It is interesting. Do you think, let's go back to those Brent Bien and the Daily, who was it? The Daily Mail? You got a UK. I mean, the Daily Mail there's not a hit piece, smear piece, yellow journalism that they won't touch. That's kind of their thing. But do you think somebody placed that, some other of the 9 candidates?
Well, if it looks like a duck and it walks like a duck and it quacks like a duck, it's probably a duck. And a newspaper in London, England, or I don't know, a tabloid, whatever you call them, in London, England, writing about a Wyoming governor's race, it seems like an unlikely occurrence unless information was spoon-fed to them. Now, I can't prove that. I don't think anybody can. As a journalist, that people call you all the time and say, hey, you want to hear something? And me as a columnist, I get that all the time. And, the reporters get it all the time. And sometimes it's newsworthy, sometimes it's not. I guess a gubernatorial candidate frequenting sex sites is salacious enough that it gets clicks and makes the publication money.
Yeah, it's definitely provocative, but for me, it's out of left field. I've never heard any such murmurings about Bien. I mean, with Barlow, I could see like digging into his voting record, trying to paint him as moderate. That's been the strategy of anybody in that race. But the Bien thing, that's like bizarre.
Well, it's desperation season.
Yeah.
You don't know where it came from, but the timing 2 weeks before a primary election smacks of the Wyoming August surprise to me.
Yeah. August surprise, dirty tricks, fear mongering. It's desperation season. Words from Tom Lubnau. Tom, what do you think we're yet to see now with the final weeks of a primary? There's often this late breaking story that is, just shocking, whether it's true or whatever. I mean, we've already seen craziness, silliness, but what do you think is still to come with less than 3 weeks to go?
Well, if you follow my columns, you've seen me allege for a couple years now that people have been using the legislative process not to create law, but to create campaign issues, to force votes on poorly worded bills with beautiful titles, the library bills, the abortion bills, the gun bills. And so I expect the usual crisis merchants to come out of the woodwork and point out those votes and to say, so-and-so is a pedophile or a rapist or supports pedophiles or rapists. And then you'll see all of these statistical analysis websites. There's a reason that the legislature voted, or that the House voted on 400 budget amendments. And what that was, and then they caved, then the House caved, but they had 400 votes. And now they've got 400 votes that they can say, you voted statistically 80% of the time with the opposing party because you were voting on budget amendments. And budget amendments typically in Wyoming aren't political, they're regional. If you're a Freedom Caucus person in Platte County or Southeast Wyoming, for example, you want to support University of Wyoming athletics because there's so much money that drives through your county driving to and from the football games in the fall. And that's different than a Freedom Caucus legislator from Park County who doesn't care about that at all. And so the votes are regional. Let's vote to support university athletics because it benefits my constituents. And that's not Republican or Democrat. But you get all of these statistical aggregator sites saying, well, so-and-so voted 80% with the Democrats, or so-and-so's really a Democrat in Republican armor, when that's not true at all. It just depends on, if you're in the southern part of the state, you vote to support Interstate 80. Because that's the lifeblood of the southern part of the state. In the northern part of the state, you support the northeastern part of the state, you vote to support oil and gas and coal in every way you can, and these days uranium. So the statistics, well, what is it? Lies, damn lies, and statistics. And so it's tempting to believe those statistics, but there's a lot more nuance to it that people who have political aims won't tell you.
The gubernatorial race, certainly the U.S. House race, heating up as August means really everything here. Do you think We'll talk to Rod later. Does any of the backbiting, the fighting, is the savvy Wyoming voter going to get a belly full of it by August 18th? And when it comes November, are they going to say, you know what, these guys, all of them, I'm going to throw them all out. I'm going Democrat. Would that ever happen?
I think that the non-traditional candidates that make it down ballot in November or in the primary this time through, I think you're going to see a lot of that protest vote this time. I don't know how statistically significant it is. I don't know if it affects our U.S. Senate race at all, where Sam Mead's running sort of a bare bones campaign against a well-funded Harriet Hageman, who's got super PACs on her side and all the money in the world. I don't know if Sam has enough support to win or not, but I do know he's going to get a lot of votes because, particularly Harriet on the public lands issue. That's, she got commercials out saying, no, I'm not going to get rid of your public lands, but there certainly was that perception with their votes early on.
Well,
so go ahead. I'm sorry, Jake.
I could see that. And it's a shame. And for instance, in the U.S. House race, all the noise by what we'll say are the top three candidates, at least the top three spenders. It's a shame that noise has drowned out Jillian Balos and the Bo Beitmans and even Kevin Christensen, David Drault. I think, I wish there was a chance to see them on an I-ticket or somewhere later down the line and not in this mud fight.
Well, and I'm having a hard time in my own mind trying to figure out a column for next week. I want to vote for the candidate that most looks like me, that represents my interests. It's my kind of guy.
Yeah.
Somebody I feel like I can talk to. Anybody who's got $1 million extra to spend on a political campaign doesn't seem like that kind of guy for me. They don't know. I mean, there's a certain level of pressure, Jake, that you feel and I feel every day to get up in the morning and go to work and know that if I don't go to work, my family's not going to be supported. And I think that's a healthy pressure. And I think that when you're an elected politician, having lived through that, makes you a better politician because you know that you have to go to work every day and do the job.
We're back to the idea that neither of us can retire at this point. We gotta keep digging, keep at the grindstone. Yeah. I don't know. We all look for whatever it is in our representatives. It's going to be a tough choice come August 18th. Watch the mailers. Tom Lubnau warns it's just going to get worse. Look for words like supports, opposes, leftist, extreme, and other offensive terms. The offending mailers are on the way. One last thing quick, Tom. What about the meddling with the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund? Any notions of doing that? You say smacks like socialism.
Well, there's a lot of candidates, and they're surprisingly the ultra-conservative candidates that say we ought to get rid of that slush fund, they call it.
Right.
Well, that slush fund's the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund. And who paid the taxes on that? Well, most of it was... It's generations of payments since Stan Hathaway set it up in the early 70s from companies who produced minerals in Wyoming because we knew that once a barrel of oil or a ton of coal crossed the Wyoming state border, it was never coming back. So we should take a portion of that and save it for our children and our grandchildren so that the income off of that wasn't all spent at once, but right now funds 30% of the state's budget. One of the reasons our taxes are so low is because we've got the income off of that permanent mineral trust fund that's paying our bills, because our parents and grandparents had the forethought enough to save for retirement of the state. Gets us back to that retirement theme. And so when you say, well, I want to distribute that out, well, that smacks of socialism to me.
Yeah.
Because you're taking somebody else's money and paying it to somebody else. And it's buying votes with promises of giving you somebody else's money.
And if you want to give that back, you got to give it back to the mineral extraction companies who put it in. If you're just doing a refund, or if you're divvying it out. But you know who's in charge of making that money work for us, the state? Treasurer Curt Meier, and he's first up next hour. We'll chat with him. Tom, thank you.
Thank you, Jake. I appreciate your time.
You bet. Time for news. Let's do that.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. After taking in a friend's baby, a Casper foster mom says her family became the target of anonymous threats by the biological mother. Cowboy State Daily's Colby Fedor reports that the biomom is charged with 2 stalking felonies.
Investigators allege that 27-year-old Dodgy Carter used fake messaging apps, social media accounts, and more to reach out to a foster mom while she had custody of her biological son. When the infant was first placed in Monroe's care, she received an anonymous message that said, "You're going to die," with a knife emoji and blood. Monroe quickly took this to the police, and an investigation was able to link it back to Dodgy Carter. The threats continued for several weeks, even after protection orders were put in place.
Carter was bound over to district court Tuesday after a preliminary hearing on 2 felony counts of stalking and 2 misdemeanor counts of violating a stalking protection order. She's posted a $3,500 surety bond and was released from custody. U.S. House candidate Steve Freese received 19 endorsements on Thursday by Republican lawmakers, former legislators, and energy industry leaders. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Chuck Gray calls them, quote, a tired class of political 1% insiders.
Steve Freese, who's running for U.S. House, garnered 19 endorsements this week, including from former Republican Governor Jim Geringer, a host of Republican lawmakers, former lawmakers, oil and gas industry leaders. Secretary of State Chuck Gray fired back by calling them a class of insiders, essentially, who are in favor of woke wind and data center projects. That may come as a surprise to some of them. For example, Dan Dockstetter, who was among the endorsers, was one of the very few votes against big tax exemptions for data centers.
Gray has come out against data centers, while Freese has said state and county governments, not Congress, should lead data center permitting decisions in ways that protect Wyomingites. Both men tout a pro-traditional energy stance. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. Make sure your vehicle is in good working condition. Proper tire inflation, fluids topped off, good wiper blades, and brake inspections. Carry emergency supplies in your vehicle like non-perishable food and water. This is a reminder from the Wyoming Department of Transportation. Tax revenue from Wyoming wind projects supports police, fire, EMS, and schools. Energy development is about communities, not just power. More information is available at poweringupwyoming.org. Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Another 10 illegal drivers were busted in Laramie County on Sheriff Brian Kozak's latest Truck Around and Find Out operation this week. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that includes one speeding with what looked like emergency lights.
The last truck around campaign that they did, they arrested 46. They started this back in November. There's almost 130 illegal drivers have been taken off the road. But Kozak said that really it's not about, although that gets the headlines, it's not about just going out and rounding up illegal drivers. It's about unsafe truck driving, and people who are illegal and don't have licenses are unsafe. Kozak also said that he knows the Truck Around and Find Out campaign is going to get criticism. It's going to be politicized, and he says he's expected that, and that has happened.
Overall, this week's Truck Around and Find Out resulted in about 120 traffic stops, with 40 tickets issued to drivers and 10 arrests for being in the country illegally. So says Sheriff Kozak and Chief Deputy Chance Walkama. A suspended Newcastle police sergeant pleaded not guilty Thursday to charges alleging a year-long pattern of abuse toward a woman. Cowboy State Daily's Colby Fedor reports that he faces up to 27 and a half years in prison.
On Thursday, a suspended Newcastle police sergeant pled not guilty to 6 criminal charges. Prosecutors say that 36-year-old Nicholas Kaminsky, in uniform, terrorized an ex-girlfriend. He used a police cruiser, a canine, and allegedly a knife. Kaminsky posted a $35,000 cash bond weeks ago. His next court appearance will be for a trial unless they come to a plea agreement before then.
During the hearing, defense attorney Ryan Titus told the court Kaminsky had found new employment that requires travel. He asked the judge to modify Kaminsky's bond conditions to allow him to leave the 6th Judicial District Court for work. Crook County Attorney Denise Day did not object. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
There is a road laid out for me.
Boxes everywhere. And this is going to be Addie's room.
I am blind,
I think you're really going to like it.
I hope so. Yeah.
I know this road is there for me. There is a long way.
First night here, but Amy seems cool.
The way it's down by the river. I am blind, but I need not see.
I got this.
I know this road is there for me.
Okay.
If I'm really free, take me down to the river and wash me.
God, I can't have enough coffee at this early stage of the morning. Treasurer Curt Meier is with us, and he wants to be your treasurer again for, how long is the term, Curt? 2 years? 4?
No, it's 4 years, yeah.
4-year term, all right. Treasurer Meier, as ZZ Top sang about, lives in a shack outside LaGrange. Or something like that. You still in LaGrange?
Yeah. We still have the home ranch there and farm, and we're in the drought like everybody else. We're fortunate we got fairly good water rights, but yeah. One thing, Jake, that I'd like to work on here going into it is that every time we have a drought, we talk about increasing the efficiency of our irrigation systems around the state. And then when it rains, we forget about it,
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
I hope people remember that, if you do a better job applying water and storing water, you'll have more water during the tough times.
Good point. I mean, this Wyoming's a boom bust state, and we're talking about a treasurer who every day tries to hedge us financially against the boom bust. Same thing with precipitation water. I got the rain barrel going that catches the gutter stuff. We all got to do our part. Good point. So that leads us, meanders us right into financial thinking. Let's talk about, obviously, Treasurer Meier, for people who try to imagine what your day-to-day job is, it's socking away money and making money off of money. And that we're really doing that. Encourage now. It is what, the third biggest revenue maker in the state?
Well, we're at 1.857 billion is what we take in all different trust funds, and every one of those. If you shake it down into categories, I guess the way I look at it is investing is vesting, and oil is oil, whether it's a vertical or a horizontal drill. So the thing is that 1.857 billion, it provides goods and services to folks, and that would replace, if we didn't have any investments, that replaces about 6% sales tax.
Treasurer Meier, let's talk about, I forget this, and I wonder if a lot of our listeners forget this. You had more than 2 decades in the Wyoming legislature, so you got to look at how that works. This recent budget session, we heard a lot about budget cuts, cut. We don't want to make it a Freedom Caucus thing, but we have Freedom Caucus saying we got to tighten the belt, and we always have to be concerned about spending. And then we have your office saying Wyoming's revenue picture is stronger today than it's been in many years, thanks to record investment earnings. So are we doing okay, or do we have to cut?
Well, we will, as we have cut our property tax. I'm not in the policy business anymore. I'm in the money making business, but I understand that when you basically our general fund is a little over $600 million. It's set up in a structure that we get 5% of a 5-year rolling average. And because that rolling average continues to go up, we continue to get a little bit more money every year to spend. But infrastructure is going to be the one that really probably gets it hit on the chin, because when you don't have money, and I looked at this back in the 90s when I was in the legislature, the easiest thing to do is to stop maintaining our buildings. And then that's the hardest thing to actually understand how you catch up. And that happened when we had to spend that $300 million on the budget in the Hersler building, because things basically got set on the table, and the chickens do come home to roost, so to say.
Yeah,
but that's the big, I think, policy decision that people are going to be talking about, is that what can we do, what can't we do? Because there are things that we have to pay for: education, prisons, roads. Roads are going to take it on the chin too. If we get into that's the I guess the trade-off that you look at when you have a limited amount of funds. I wanted to try to do a generational fund over the past couple of 3 years, and that is the most efficient way, to essentially invest our money. And talk to good old Warren Buffett and Charlie Munger. They'll tell you that's where they made their money. And we can do that, I think, with some of the excess returns that we have off of our permanent mineral trust fund. So it's just we compounded around 2% on our permanent mineral trust fund, and we can take that money that's compounded at 2% and probably compound it from somewhere between 7 and 10%. And essentially you get a 4 or 5x return on that. Not just 4 or 5 more percent, or going from 7% to 15%. You essentially get multiples when you actually compound and invest in the most efficient way.
Yeah. So Treasurer Meier, what this generational fund? Where is it? Is it still in idea space? Do we have it? What does it take to make it?
It has gone by the Senate a couple times there.
Okay.
Once with only one dissenting vote, and I think that we'll see what the makeup is of the legislature this year, and see if we can move that forward.
Yeah, we'll see what the makeup is of the top 5 electeds in the state. Could be wholesale changes, except for you and Auditor Racines. The other 3 probably going to see new faces, new changes. Yeah,
definitely into it. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. I think as good as rosy as the financial picture is for Wyoming, and it in some ways it really looks good. There is a bill come due with neglected maintenance. You're right, from roads, bridges, sewer, water infrastructure in many towns, municipalities certainly need attention. Let's talk about SLIB and the 5-panel board, those new faces, old faces, decisions made there. For the most part, we've seen it become very contentious over winds, certainly, data centers. Every time I see your vote and your explanation, to me, you are just a letter of the law. What is the best fiduciary interest? Like, what makes us the money, and you're doing things project by project. You still thinking that way, or are you anti-wind? Where are you?
I was born following the law, and I'm going to die following the law and the Constitution. That's just the way it is. You look at some of the things here on the wind projects. Not to get too much in the weeds, but just say Article 18, Section 3, just Article 18, Section 3. So not going to talk too much about it, but essentially that's the fiduciary duty to manage the state lands in a manner which provides the highest return to the beneficiaries, and that's the public schools. It's letter of the law. It's been out there for since 1890 or something like that. So it hasn't changed. We're probably on the wind projects. We're shorting the public education about $500 to $1 billion over 30 years. And so not near as much on some of the other projects, but the good thing of this thing being delayed, we've actually ran into some technology in Pinedale that we won't have to use water to create hydrogen. And so that makes a big difference, and I think in the viability of a lot of different things if we can keep our water resources. And they actually change trash into hydrogen. So I think that's good in a couple of ways. And so that company, I think, is just on the verge of just really taking off.
Treasurer Curt Meier is the incumbent in a race that does include some in-party competition. Scott Smith wants a part of it, and so far, no Democrats want to oppose you in November. You're running on the Republican ticket primarily because you watched a Ronald Reagan speech. Tell me about that. What did he say?
This goes. Well, you can look it up on the Ronald Reagan and just say the speech, and it'll probably show up.
Right.
But it's a speech that Reagan gave in the Goldwater convention. And I recall I was laying on the floor watching the TV. My mom and dad were up on the couch, and after it was done, I turned over and says, I think I'm a Republican.
Oh man, the light bulb went on in Treasurer Meier that early age. Oh, yeah. That's pretty neat. Yeah. Two more things. I read this out of the campaign from Treasurer Meier. The state must continue to diversify revenue streams, growing investment income, maintaining disciplined fiscal management. That's still going to be important to you, I imagine. Diversifying revenue stream. That's important to, in a boom bust state once again.
Oh, it is. It is. And in a boom bust economy and in a world where things are hardly ever settled, we have actually made more money than our peers by not losing money. And so during the COVID time, we invested in a manner that essentially most people were losing 25, 30% on the portfolios. We lost less than 5%. And so when you don't lose money, then that money is there the next year that you can actually make money on. And so that's one of the things that we have, that balance of being very conservative and being very structured in about how we put our asset allocations together. Because if you just have stocks and if you just have bonds, what you get into is you have a lot more volatility. So we take that volatility out with diversification. And the other thing that we do that regular folks can't do is that we use private equity and private credit, and we're able to get in. It's like in the I think it's in the Open AI. We're in that for just $3.5 million, but we got in just after the founders. So essentially what that means is that even if they go public, and even if after they go public, they go down, there's hardly any way that they can actually go down and go below what we bought in at. Because we buy in the beginning, but just for small amounts, and that small amounts will really grow.
Treasurer Curt Meier with us. Smart investments on behalf of Wyoming. One last thing. It seems to be the topic of the day. And yesterday, we've been talking a lot about retirement, the whole Peabody retirement, that issue. We had a specialist on earlier this morning that was talking about retirement, how that very much to be on the mind of people. What when you retire, what's there for you? The government, your company. How would you improve Wyoming's retirement and pension system?
Well, funny you say that. I'm the longest serving member on the retirement board in the history of the state. I mean, I was on it as a liaison, and was a liaison longer than the legislators keep records. So I got on that board essentially when people were making $300 million decisions on who bought the best bottle of wine the night before at dinner. And I'm not kidding you. So we had absolutely no expertise, no professionalism. But the great thing is that we had a clean slate. We went in there, we built it from the ground up, and it's a great structure. And essentially we went from number 59, the poorest performing retirement system in our peer group, to number 1, the most proficient in the high performing fund out there. So, it's on the right track, and it's going very well. We're almost to the point, I think, soon in a lot of the funds that we'll be being able to offer some kind of a modest COLA, and hopefully a 13th check, because these guys haven't had any relief from inflation for quite some time. So I think people can rest assured. And then the other thing that's a big one is that if our economy grows, our workers' comp program is basically funded to where we can onboard a lot of people, and that thing will be very solvent.
Treasurer Curt Meier, I'm sure a lot of our listeners wish he would get into the private sector so he could manage their asset portfolio, but he's already got a job and he wants it to continue for another 4 years. Thank you, Curt, for being on.
Thank you for having me.
You bet. Let's take a break. Get Don Day in here with the
This is
weather.
Robert Short, candidate for Secretary of State. I've built businesses in Wyoming, served as an election judge, and worked diligently the past 11 years as the county commissioner to create collaborations and partnerships with stakeholders around our state and nation to benefit the people of Wyoming. As your next Secretary of State, you can count on me to put these skills to work for the benefit of you, the people of Wyoming. Vote Robert Short, Secretary of State. Visit shortforstate.com for more info, paid for by Short for State.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad! Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Nice.
Hi, I'm Ryan Blaney, a third-generation race car driver, and we dedicate a lot of our time to going as fast as possible. My grandpa Lou is the reason why my dad and I started racing, and I'm really proud to follow in his tracks. But when my grandpa was diagnosed with Alzheimer's, it was a very unexpected bump in the road for us. I've learned a lot on this journey with my grandpa Lou, and the memories of my grandpa will always be with me. And in our family, we're used to getting involved, and I encourage you to do the same, especially when it comes to caring for your loved ones. When I think about Alzheimer's and the impact it had on my family, I recognize that losing a race isn't such a bad day after all. It's important to notice if older family members are acting differently, experiencing problems with their memory, or having trouble with routine tasks. Talking about Alzheimer's can be really tough, but if you notice something, have a conversation with your loved one. Encourage them to see a doctor or offer to go with them. Early detection of Alzheimer's can give your family time to explore support services, make a plan for the future, and access available treatments. If you or your family are noticing changes, it could be Alzheimer's. Talk about seeing a doctor together.
It's time for the weather forecasting day weather. Don Day is here. Don, we're in a heat dome, an omega block, or something. That's what the national weather forecasters are saying. Is that primarily?
It's not really. Not really an omega block.
Okay,
but certainly it's going to be hot.
Yeah,
without a doubt. But it's going to be kind of interesting if we let's focus in on the heat first. But as we get into next week, there's a little bit of a wrinkle in the weather pattern, but we are going to see desert heat get piped right into the region. And why I'm saying this is a little different is that for the heat waves we've had really since the beginning of July, most of July, we've been under this really hot atmospheric high pressure ridge. It's been very intense, but it's also been muggy. We've also had really high humidity with it. And that's added to some oppressive heat. But the air is going to be a lot drier. Relative humidities are going to be a lot lower. So it's going to be a little bit of a different heat. I know I'm kind of splitting hairs here, but just look at some of the temperatures across the state this morning. They're a lot cooler because the air is drier, and that allows those nighttime temperatures to cool off a bit. So we could have, here's a good example. So let's just say Sheridan. Let's use Sheridan as an example. They could be 105 on Sunday. They could be 45 by Tuesday morning.
Wow. Yeah. Clear skies, drier air, less humidity. Yeah, that is a marked difference. So as hot as Sheridan might be in parts of Wyoming, as Don often points out globally, if it's hot somewhere, if it's doing this to an extreme somewhere, it's doing this to another extreme somewhere. There's another end of the stick. Antarctica just experienced its coldest temp since 2012, 112 below zero. Holy mackerel, 119.
Yeah, the poles are really cold. But we do have, you talked about that extreme, and that extreme's up in British Columbia. There's a strong storm system that's going to go into there, and this is what's going to spill cooler air into Wyoming Monday night, Tuesday, and Wednesday. In fact, during the day, Monday, temperatures in the northern part of the state will start to cool off, and there'll be places Tuesday only in the 70s, lower 80s. So it's not the end of summer by any stretch of the imagination, but there is a break in the heat. So yes, it's going to be very hot. It's going to be also windy with the low humidity. We mentioned this yesterday. Fire danger really goes up this weekend. So folks really need to be careful.
Yeah.
Because of this drop in humidity, and we're going to have the wind pick up because of that cool front.
Okay. This is the final day of July. I know weather doesn't care about calendars, but I would like to see next week, Don, what July looked like for Wyoming. Maybe one of the warmest Julys on record.
Well, yeah, we'll have to add up the numbers.
Yeah. Okay, Don, thank you so much. Don Day and the day weather forecast. Interesting. We're still going to see heat. It's been kind of a hot summer, certainly. I mean, once we got to July, even before that, it's been hot. But now a different kind of hot. And I don't mind taking the humidity out. It has been just way too muggy. Let's get right back to the Zoom room and pick up a chat with this guy. It's Steve True. Steve, how are you?
Morning, Jake. I'm good. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I hear you fine. Look good, sound good. Steve's the Wyoming Livestock Board Director. Also comes with, and by the way, Livestock Board Director, if you don't know, he oversees the state livestock laws, brand inspection, disease control, stuff like that. We're having him on to chat about these e-tags, these electronic cattle tags. Steve, you know the industry from the ground up, and I mean the ground. Feed yards in Torrington. Panhandle feeders, yard managers. So you know what it looks like from the inside. You've seen the sausage made or the steak made from the inside. So I love the experience you bring here. Let's talk about these electronic tags. I mean, it seems it's not so futuristic to me. There might be some resistance for ranchers regarding expense and government intrusion. But we live in a day and age where, I mean, we have to know, Steve, where our beef is coming from, country of origin, disease control. We got to know things about brucellosis, screwworm. I mean, this is coming, this electronic, being able to figure out where cows were yesterday and where they're headed tomorrow.
Jake, I agree, and I appreciate your introduction with that. Yeah, and the first thing I might touch on is the EID tags have been around for a while. I used them a lot in my feedlot experience. We used them to manage weight gain, animal health records. We even used to sort how we would sell fat cattle by the data we collected. But there's a couple of points I want to make real quick about it. One, I want to clean up, or maybe not clean up, but clarify the context I made about the president's executive orders. In my testimony at Joint Ag. There was media a few months ago regarding some executive orders that President Trump may put out that would repeal that mandate. And I'll talk about the mandate and when the rule changed in just a sec. But those executive orders were never released. So that hasn't happened. Not to say that it may not happen at some point. Not to say that Representative Hageman may not be able to get some congressional action at some point. And I also want to mention to the folks out there that there is a lawsuit in federal court in South Dakota calling this an arbitrary and capricious rule that is under settlement discussion at this point. So there may be something happen in that vein for the folks that really would like to see it leave. So that's a couple of things that's happening. And I just wanted to kind of touch on that. Sometimes I blurt things out at Joint Ag and it didn't come out probably the way I wanted it to go. So.
Yeah. So this notion that some of us were waiting on pins and needles for Trump to intervene with an executive order, that is not happening. Not right now.
No, not at least now. And I'm not in that loop to know if it's coming down the pipe.
Right.
But so what I would say is that at our agency, we are obligated to perform under what is the final rule right now. And so that final rule on November 5th of 2024 made EID tags the only tag available for official individual identification for interstate movement of certain classes of cattle.
Right. And now, Steve, explain what we can still do. Ranchers can still do in-state. Metal tags, the yellow tags, we can still do stuff in-state. But if you cross the state border and then we got to go EID, I think for all classes of cattle, how does it work?
So, yeah, I'll touch on the last part of that first. No, it's not all classes of cattle.
Okay.
It's sexually intact cattle over 18 months of age, which would be cows, bulls, age or older heifers, any dairy cattle, any recreational cattle, rodeo cattle, exhibition cattle, show cattle, that type of thing, require that EID to cross the state line. And then you're going to find that every state requires that as part of their import rules. So our obligation is to inform our producers that if you're going to market across the state line, which is where over 90% of our cattle go, you may have to comply depending on the class of cattle you're trading today. So, and to touch on the first part of your question, legislature passed a law in 2021 referring to the 2013 82 rule, at which time metal tags were part of that descriptor. Metal tags, EID tags, certain tattoos, certain brand agreements between different states, and a few of those other things were exemptions to the requirement of interstate movement. In 2024, the two metal tags went out of the loop as far as USDA approval for interstate movement. Dr. Hazel, our state veterinarian, and I worked long and hard for a couple years to find a way to do something within the state as that statute required. We've done that. You mentioned the yellow tag. That's a brucellosis calfhood vaccination tag that's accepted by the USDA as a brucellosis vaccination tag within the state of Wyoming. Most other states aren't going to accept it as such, but they'll read the tattoo in that calf's ear. That came available. We made that available on June 1st of this year. Has to be ordered by an accredited veterinarian. He will place that tag here. He or she will place that tag in the animal's ear. We'll get a copy of the numbers so that we can trace that within the state if necessary. So that's within state borders only.
Yeah.
Also about Also, about that same time, the USDA came out based on requests from some other states and and allowed again the old orange bangs tag, the old orange brucellosis vaccination tag, if a vet had it in stock until such time as he ran out of stock. They're not going to produce anymore, but some folks were having trouble getting enough EID tags, and so they allowed that use for this time.
Steve True is with us, Wyoming Livestock Board Director. We're talking about these electronic ID cattle tags, the EIDs. For those who just have no idea, for our listeners who are not in the ranching industry, they're coming starting from zero. Explain what the electronic tags do, because I know there's worry about Big Brother government with a satellite can find out where that cow 679 is right now. Like, what do they do? How do they work?
That is a great question, Jake, and I'm glad you asked it. It's really important for people to understand that these tags carry no software and they collect no information. Unless you have your own private management software, you can use this tag in your own herd management software if you want. But there's nothing collected there. So it's just a number. It's not a computer. There's no battery, no GPS, no memory, no anything in these tags. Nobody can read it from a passing truck or a satellite. When we used it at the feedlot, we had wands to read the tags on our cattle on either side of the head gate. And that's about how close you got to get sometimes to read those tags. So I think people can rest on that. I understand their concern, but there's nothing in these tags unless you put your own management software, and then that's just going to you're going to put that tag number in and record, and that's the little brown calf that was born yesterday. Yeah, that's him, and that's the only data that goes. And I also want to note for those folks, our confidentiality statutes, we don't release any information without the approval of our board, who are producers appointed by the governor. And there's no information given far and wide. I would say that the short version of that would be, if we release your information, Jake, if there was a brucellosis traceback on you, and we had to release some of that to the USDA or to the other state where this animal went, we would come right to you and say, this is what we gave them and who got it. And so you would know immediately, see the redacted form that we sent, and we're only going to send them what's absolutely necessary in that case to do what they need to do, nothing else.
In this story I'm reading in the Cowboy State Daily, there is a quote from Marta Mossberg, a research fellow at the Mountain States Policy Center, who has concerns about EIDs. One of them was government intrusion. We kind of just picked up on that. Also, Marta, it's important to note, is not a rancher. So when she says, expense is a concern, I want to understand if that's what you're hearing. Are ranchers saying that we can't afford the $3 tags? We want the 30-cent tags. This is going to kill us. I mean, what are you hearing from ranchers?
We've heard that.
Okay.
And I want to say that our goal is to make compliance free for folks. Right now, you're going to have to buy the yellow tag from your vet because he's going to order those if you get those, but they're going to be cheap, cheap metal tag. The orange tag, your vet's probably going to put them in for free because he's got them. EID tags are over $3, but we're working real hard with the other states that use a lot of EID tags, particularly in our brucellosis programs. Us, Idaho, Montana, are the last 3 states with a reservoir of brucellosis. We're working real hard with other states to change the way the tags are allotted by USDA so we can get enough to distribute more free. And so we're working on that. I get that. That's a question. And I know some people would say, well, criminy, with the price of cattle now, what's a $3 tag per head cost? But it's another input.
Yeah.
And I understand where folks come from that.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, well, I mean, anything that makes the beef industry, the rancher's life easier, I'm all for that, because there's so many challenges, starting with drought, and disease, and screwworm, and everything else. Man, it's not easy to be a rancher. Hey, Steve, let's just switch topics for a second while we got you. Let's talk about your other role. From what I understand, you're like the boss of all the brand inspectors. You remember Jimmy Meier? He was the greatest brand inspector of all time. I love that guy. I bought a horse from him. Yeah, great guy. So recently in the news, you had to let go of Brandon Spector. Is that part of the gig? You hire and fire Brandon Spectors? How does that work? Because obviously we know about this moose torture case and what happened there. That would be on you to decide whether you can keep your job as a Brandon Spector?
Yes. And that's probably all the comments you'll get from me on that. But yes, that's my job.
All right. And we saw how that went. And none of that decision was not influenced by the governor, who had things to say about it.
No, just what you have in the article that Claire wrote. That's all I'm going to say about it. But no, that's my decision.
Got it. Well, Steve, thanks for coming on. And I hope we can visit with you again whenever we have some more topics. And thanks for trying to bring the price of the EID, the tags down. Because, this is I know it's future, but it's not futuristic. This is where we're headed. We have to know where our cattle are, from calving to culling to carving up our steak at the restaurant. It's good to know where that cow has been. Just the way today's world works.
I couldn't have said it better myself, Jake. I appreciate that.
Thanks, Steve. Have a great weekend.
Thanks for having me on.
You bet.
You too.
Cowboy State Daily Show continues. What do we got coming up next? I think we are getting with Andrew Rossi. How about that? I can do that right after this break.
A good life begins with a good company. Powder River Energy Corporation, or Precorp, a consumer-owned electric cooperative in Northeast Wyoming, has careers in accounting, member service, and engineering. Precorp is always striving for A+ service, great rates, and being a trusted energy partner. Their work environment is driven by knowing your role, living your values, and making your career plan. If you are looking to be part of an industry leader, then look no further. Go to precorp.coop/employment opportunities and apply today.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
You know you don't have to wear your PT gear anymore, right? It's comfortable. So how's civilian life treating you? It's fine. When I got out, I didn't want to admit that there was anything wrong because I felt like a failure. And then I realized, there's nothing to be ashamed of. So I started talking to someone. Maybe you are fine, but if you're not, it's okay. Thank you.
If you or a veteran you know needs support, don't wait. Reach out. Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
Hate is loud. It gets clicks. It gets attention. Hate, however, is actually quite small. But love is the majority. Filling up something far more important than any feed. Love fills our hearts, our lives, our every day with understanding, empathy, and compassion. Leaving hate to become what it truly is, a whisper.
Rossi will be here in a moment, but first let's make a quick diversion to our friends at the Western Ag Network and see what's going on in the latest in the rodeo world.
Hi, and welcome to the Rodeo Roadshow. I'm Will Rasmussen from Great Falls, Montana. Today on the program, reigning Resistol Rookie of the Year, Trevor Johnson, joins us. He just won the NFR Open to move him into the top 25 in the world in the steer wrestling event. We'll talk about his upbringing and his Montana State University Bobcat football team as well. Trevor Johnson on the Roadshow coming up.
Ranchers, when pounds still equal dollars, don't let shrinkage on shipping days sacrifice your profitability. Hi, this is Shane from Western Ranch Supply. Depending on the distance, weather, stress, and other factors, shrink can be anywhere from 7 to 8% when transported to an off-site scale. Let Western Ranch Supply help with a rice lake scale that's easy to use, durable, NTEP approved, and legal for trade. Check out a rice lake scale at one of our stores in Billings or Great Falls.
You work hard raising America's beef. Now get rewarded with Superior Livestock. Consign your cattle to the Bighorn Classic Video Auction August 17th through the 21st in Sheridan, Wyoming, and live online. Superior comes to your ranch, showcases your cattle to the nation's largest buyer base, and delivers true price discovery through competitive bidding. Call 800-422-2117. Contact your local Superior rep or visit superiorlivestock.com. But don't wait. The consignment deadline is July 31st.
I'm assuming that your rodeo goal is to win a world championship.
Yes, sir. That's the main goal. So yeah, hopefully, I mean, that's the end goal.
When you say that you had some cold streaks, especially at the beginning of the year, how important are traveling partners? How important were you guys to each other to keep your chins up?
I'd say, that's probably the biggest factor that goes into, a successful year is just having guys that, want to be there and want to keep pushing for it. Because, it's when you're out on the road and you better like each other. So I think, we get along pretty good. And we have we get along all right.
Good deal. So tell me about when the Montana State University Bobcat football team won the national championship. Were you excited?
I was stoked. I was in Arizona, and I didn't get to go to the game there in Nashville, but I really wish I would have been there. But no, we watched on TV, and it was awesome that they finally got it done.
Trevor Johnson of Washington on the Rodeo Roadshow. I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. Now, back to the show.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for Andrew to get here. We have a few stories about motorcycle crashes, an increase in increase in crashes in general across the state. July was particularly deadly with fatalities. Aaron Brown is going to be on later in the show, representing Wyoming Highway Patrol. He's going to talk about what is causing this increase in accidents. July was just terribly deadly, and much of it attributed to inattentiveness for motorists. Now, I don't think you get the same inattentiveness riding a motorcycle. I think it's different. Motorcycle, not likely, I would think, to be texting and driving, not likely to have your focus taken away by something else. You're pretty engaged when you're riding a motorcycle, I would think. There might be other issues there, but certainly motorcycle accidents on Beartooth Highway, Chief Joseph Highway. Beartooth, really popular with motorcyclists. It's a beautiful drive. Takes you up and over in a scenic drive into Yellowstone. We're talking about, US 212, Wyoming 296, these highways. And it's just real popular with motorcyclists, and not predictably so because of the views. A lot of turns, motorcyclists like to do twisty turns. There's a lot of S's in that highway, and that probably contributes to, coming off the highway if you're on a motorcycle. But it is definitely popular with motorcyclists, those highways. Andrew Rossi also has a story of the Australian man, still not identified as far as I know, or his identity has not been made public anyway. He was found by Teton County Search and Rescue near Grand Teton while hiking. He was looking to do the Continental Divide Trail, like the whole thing, which is Canada to Mexico, right? And through the Wind River area, I believe, in an area called the Wigwams, not Wind River, in the Tetons. An area called the Wigwams, west slope of the Tetons. Search and rescue was alerted after this 28-year-old man had not made contact with his family in quite a while, like days, almost a week. And by the time Teton County Search and Rescue got involved, they did find the man, but he had probably suffered a fatal fall, it looks like. That's what we're thinking. Let's get into the Zoom room and get Rossi in here. He can explain all about it. Andrew, it's finally Friday. Last day of the month, by the way. Rent's due tomorrow.
Oh, boy. No, thanks for reminding me.
Yeah, sorry. Just beat up the bearer of bad news. Sorry, Andrew.
Oh, these things happen.
Yeah, well, want to give you a heads up. Let me get your name in there. Excellent. Okay, first let's start with the motorcycle. This is not the first, and it probably won't be the last motorcycle accident. Beartooth Highway, Chief Joseph Highway, real popular with motorcyclists because of the views are outrageous. But motorcycle safety is becoming an issue, man.
Yeah, it's the irony, Jake, is that a week ago I wrote a story about the growing concerns about the number of motorcycle incidents on the Chief Joseph and Beartooth highways. And sure enough, now we unfortunately have our first fatality on the highway this season. So I don't know much because I'm sure you've been up there many times before. There's no cell service at the spot where the incident occurred. And that really makes it difficult to try to get information out in a timely fashion. But we know that it was a incident that involved one motorcycle, and the person who was riding the motorcycle unfortunately passed away. At one point on the police scanner, I was listening, and they said they had been doing CPR for 50 minutes until First Flight of Wyoming arrived. So unfortunate situation all around.
And some of these roadways, whether we're talking US 212, Wyoming 296, you're passing through multiple jurisdictions, so communication becomes troublesome in the aftermath. Like, is it this county? Is it this state, Montana or Wyoming? Or is it the feds with Yellowstone National Park? It's trouble. It's hard to figure out who's doing what.
Yeah, it's interesting because I initially heard about it. Like I heard Cody Police responding to things. I heard the Park County Sheriff's Office responding. Ultimately, it fell under the jurisdiction of the Wyoming Highway Patrol. But Red Lodge Fire Rescue showed up on the scene, and the coroner who was on the scene also had come from Red Lodge. So it's in that spot, it's just who can get there the fastest, because with these pretty dire circumstances, you need to get people on the scene as quickly as possible.
Andrew Rossi also had the story of the Australian man who has identity still, unless we have late-breaking news, his identity still not been released, looking to do a through hike of the Continental Divide Trail, like the whole thing, and met with unfortunate circumstances. Search and rescue has recovered the body of this man, the 28-year-old. Probably fell from a ridge line. What do we know now? Do we know who the person is, and why don't we yet?
His name has been released by other publications. I was not aware of it at the time, but he was 28-year-old William Standish of Australia. So that's the name of the person who was recovered. From the details that are available, it sounds like he was doing a through hike of the Continental Divide Trail, which for people unfamiliar, that means doing the over 3,000-mile expanse in one go. So you're basically just putting in as many miles as you can, not stopping to see the sights or anything. Doesn't sound like he did anything wrong. It just he fell off of a ridge line at a spot called the Wigwams. It's a mountain in the Teton Range, and it seems he died from the fall. We don't know much more beyond that.
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't take much just knowing from this area. There's lots of places where you look over the edge and it wouldn't take much to fall over there, whether you're fatigued or just, a rock takes a wrong turn or you take a wrong turn. Yeah.
You think a lot of people, when they hear these stories, they jump to conclusions about what they did incorrectly. And while there are incidents where people make mistakes or they're doing things they really shouldn't, sometimes accidents just happen. It's difficult terrain, and who knows what kind of state he was in. He was pushing himself to the limit. That's the Continental Divide Trail. He started at the border with Canada and had made it to the Tetons when this whole thing happened. So we don't know enough to say exactly what happened, but there's no reason to assume that anything was done wrong.
Yeah, I mean, many of us have probably been on a Highline trail, some of these trails, and you're on the Highline, and one step either side of the trail could be a fatal step and could take you for a fall, certainly.
Well, speak for yourself, Jake. I get winded walking down the street, and that's perfectly level and
wide. Well, I'm talking about my horse is going to do it, not me. So scooters on the highway. Is this a case where Wyoming's just, behind the times? We're still building our highway laws for horse and buggy, and now there's such things as scooters, and the state really hasn't addressed whether they're legal, illegal, and I guess you can ride your scooter on a highway.
Well, it is and it isn't. So I spoke with someone at the Laramie County Sheriff's Office, and they told me that they actually have ordinances in town about electric scooters and where they can and can't ride. So, but that's easier to do on a town basis.
Yeah.
As a state, Wyoming hasn't addressed it because there hasn't been specific legislation introduced, as far as I know, to separate electric scooters as something different from, say, a bicycle. You can use the highways if you're riding a bicycle. Scooters fall under that purview right now because they are still relatively new. I mean, we weren't going to have a discussion about where you could take your electric scooter 10 years ago, maybe not even 5 years ago. So it's just not something the legislature has had to consider. But it's something they might want to, because at this point, if you want to take your scooter on a Wyoming highway, nothing's saying you can't.
Right. You might have to get ahead of it on a statewide basis. And certainly we're seeing like each municipality dealing with who gets to use the road, who gets to use pathways with the emergence of different tiers and classes of e-bikes. You got some of them go like 40 miles an hour. Do they share pathways with scooters, horses, and conventional bikes along with pedestrians? I see communities struggling with those issues every day.
Yeah, we don't have answers to those questions because we've never had to ask them before. But I imagine when you encounter scooters on a Wyoming highway and you're just trying to go about your business and they're going 30 miles an hour in a 65 mile per hour zone, that could get your goat a little bit.
Let's goats, horses. Let's go to horses. I can tell you, horse owners live in deathly fear of this kind of a story. Worry that dozens of horses exposed to highly infectious strangles at the Park County Fair. So you were at the Park County Fair doing your thing, rodeoing, showing, whatever you were doing. Then you hear later a case of strangles, and oh man, yeah, that's just frightening.
Yep, it's unfortunate in these sort of things. Luckily, strangles is not a terribly serious disease. It's highly infectious, but it's easily communicable, but its mortality rate is pretty low. And the Smallwood Farms that covered it, they did the right thing by doing a 2-week quarantine when they had a suspicion that the horse might have gotten strangles, and they didn't know where that source came from. The bigger point, I think, is that we've got so many horses coming in and out of Wyoming and going to other states, and they're going to fairs and they're going to rodeos. And there are people who believe that horses should be tested before they go anywhere, just like us, you might not be displaying symptoms of an illness when you travel to Tahiti or to Boston or wherever, or to Cleveland. I have to do a shout out there, but you might still be carrying something that you might get sick with while you're there, and you could transmit that to other people. Horses are the same way. And for as many places as horses tend to go during the summer, especially, there's some credence to it arguing that they should get tested before they go anywhere, just to be sure that they're going everywhere healthy and they're not going to spread anything.
Yeah, I mean, think about horses from all 23 counties going to be converging next month on the Wyoming State Fair in Douglas. Yeah, definitely super spreader concerns. It sounds like COVID all over again. And Andrew Rossi somehow used Cleveland and Tahiti in the same international travel sentence. Go Cleveland.
That's why they keep me around.
Hey, man, have a great weekend.
You too, Jake.
All right. Andrew Rossi on the Cowboy State Daily Show, getting us up to date on all his latest stuff. Bill Sniffin is with us first thing next hour. You don't want to miss that. Tom Kelly running for Superintendent of Public Instruction. He stops in along with Claire, and I will ask Tom some questions and see how the campaign's going. Aaron Brown will be here, Wyoming Highway Patrol. And I know Aaron is all about motorcycle safety. Speaking of the recent fatality that we still don't know enough about on Beartooth Pass, Sturgis is coming up. There's going to be a lot of bikes on Wyoming highways, and Aaron wants you to be safe. We're going to talk about how fatal a month July has been with accidents on state highways. Just been terrible. And how do we fix it? Distracted driving is one big indicator. But right now, it's time for news. We're halfway through the Friday edition of the Cowboy State Daily Show.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. After taking in a friend's baby, a Casper foster mom says her family became the target of anonymous threats by the biological mother. Cowboy State Daily's Colby Fedor reports that the biomom is charged with 2 stalking felonies.
Investigators allege that 27-year-old Dodgy Carter used fake messaging apps, social media accounts, and more to reach out to a foster mom while she had custody of her biological son. When the infant was first placed in Monroe's care, she received an anonymous message that said, "You're going to die," with a knife emoji and blood. Monroe quickly took this to the police, and an investigation was able to link it back to Dodgy Carter. The threats continued for several weeks, even after protection orders were put in place.
Carter was bound over to district court Tuesday after a preliminary hearing on 2 felony counts of stalking and 2 misdemeanor counts of violating a stalking protection order. She's posted a $3,500 surety bond and was released from custody. U.S. House candidate Steve Freese received 19 endorsements on Thursday by Republican lawmakers, former legislators, and energy industry leaders. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Chuck Gray calls them, quote, a tired class of political 1% insiders.
Steve Freese, who's running for U.S. House, garnered 19 endorsements this week, including from former Republican Governor Jim Geringer, a host of Republican lawmakers, former lawmakers, oil and gas industry leaders. Secretary of State Chuck Gray fired back by calling them a class of insiders, essentially, who are in favor of woke wind and data center projects. That may come as a surprise to some of them. For example, Dan Dockstetter, who was among the endorsers, was one of the very few votes against big tax exemptions for data centers.
Gray has come out against data centers, while Freese has said state and county governments, not Congress, should lead data center permitting decisions in ways that protect Wyomingites. Both men tout a pro-traditional energy stance. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. Make sure your vehicle is in good working condition. Proper tire inflation, fluids topped off, good wiper blades, and brake inspections. Carry emergency supplies in your vehicle like non-perishable food and water. This is a reminder from the Wyoming Department of Transportation. Tax revenue from Wyoming wind projects supports police, fire, EMS, and schools. Energy development is about communities, not just power. More information is available at poweringupwyoming.org. Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Another 10 illegal drivers were busted in Laramie County on Sheriff Brian Kozak's latest truck around and find out operation this week. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that includes one speeding with what looked like emergency lights.
The last truck around campaign that they did, they arrested 46. They started this back in November. There's almost 130 illegal drivers have been taken off the road. But Kozak said that really it's not about, although that gets the headlines, it's not about just going out and rounding up illegal drivers. It's about unsafe truck driving, and people who are illegal and don't have licenses are unsafe. Kozak also said that he knows the truck around and find out campaign is going to get criticism. It's going to be politicized, and he says he's expected that, and that has happened.
Overall, this week's Truck Around and Find Out resulted in about 120 traffic stops, with 40 tickets issued to drivers and 10 arrests for being in the country illegally. So says Sheriff Kozak and Chief Deputy Chance Walkama. A suspended Newcastle police sergeant pleaded not guilty Thursday to charges alleging a year-long pattern of abuse toward a woman. Cowboy State Daily's Colby Fedor reports that he faces up to 27 and a half years in prison.
On Thursday, a suspended Newcastle police sergeant pled not guilty to 6 criminal charges. Prosecutors say that 36-year-old Nicholas Kaminsky, in uniform, terrorized an ex-girlfriend. He used a police cruiser, a canine, and allegedly a knife. Kaminsky posted a $35,000 cash bond weeks ago. His next court appearance will be for a trial unless they come to a plea agreement before then.
During the hearing, defense attorney Ryan Titus told the court Kaminsky had found new employment that requires travel. He asked the judge to modify Kaminsky's bond conditions to allow him to leave the 6th Judicial District Court for work. Crook County Attorney Denise Day did not object. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
Love is a lesson that doesn't end. It knows no conditions, so you better buckle in. Love keeps you on your toes. It never stops, only grows. Love isn't easy. It's a commitment, especially when they're being their most resistant. Love is being prepared for the journey ahead. Love doesn't let any concerns go unsaid. Love is finding the right seat so you can take a breath. But remember, love isn't lax. It always double checks. Check that your kids are in the right seat at nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Love protects.
And we're back at it. Cowboy State Daily Show. Bill Sniffin's here. Bill, what's happening? How's your Friday going?
Great Friday. Life is good. There's, God, the weather is beautiful in Wyoming. We still have water in the creek and water in the river. Although I was talking to a water commissioner yesterday, and he said, "Man, it's going to get really dry really soon." But we had some nice rains here, so.
Yeah.
We're pretty happy. Things are green, very green. I wish I could show you what I'm looking at out my window, but it's just beautiful. It's very green. But I was noticing today you've got Rod Miller on, and you've got Tom Lubnau, and you've got me. My God, that's a lot of BS, boy. I tell you what. And so I'm expecting to contribute my a portion of the daily amount that you want to get to it. This is the political season, the height of the political season. We call it silliness, but trust me, if you're a candidate or working for one of those campaigns, there's nothing silly about it. I mean, you are just you are in a very serious time. And I wrote a thing. I've got a column coming out this Sunday. But I'm pointing out this is the time of year when gaffes and polls and endorsements are really what really happens, and like Freese just recently got all these endorsements by various people, including former Governor Geringer, and there's and gaffes. They're claiming the BN campaign, that somebody on that campaign accessed some site or something. I don't know Brett Bean. I've been trying to get a hold of him, but I haven't been able to touch base with him. But he seems like a very honorable guy. So that's a very serious thing. And then polls, you've got Freese coming out saying he's got a poll and he's in a lead at 16%. Well, 16%. He and Chuck Gray. Wowzer, that's 16%. I don't know, but anyway, this race is it's just going great. And I just before I was sitting here waiting to be on your show, and my wife is watching the Today Show. She's still in bed, and I heard this unbelievable, terrible ad, and I went and hear it, and they're talking about Steve Freese and private jets and elitists, and the all of a sudden they're coming after Freese, so he must be the leader at this point.
Yeah.
It's going to be very interesting because knowing Steve Freese and knowing the family, I worked for Foster Freese's campaign back in 2018. That, boy, I tell you, they don't throw any mud. And I remember arguing with Foster Freese as one of his campaign strategists, saying, "Look, it's not dirty politics if you're telling the truth. You've got this other candidate is really." And he would not do that. And I sure had a lot of admiration for him on that. And it'll be interesting to see if Steve and his campaign can maintain that here over the next, I think it's 19 days or something like that.
Yeah, we're down in the last few weeks, these desperation times where you'll see big pushes to try to move the needle and maybe major stumbles as well right down here at the crunch time. Let me ask you something, Bill. That used to be the way, mentioning like the final weeks before voting day, before election day. Here it's for the primary, August 18th. That used to be the way where it was your last ditch chance to get the message across. But with early voting now, Bill, is that still a thing? By the time we get to the second week of August, many of us will have already cast our vote.
Well, there's still the vast proportion, I think, still votes on election day in Wyoming. Wyoming's pretty traditional that way.
Yeah. I
know that my wife and I will probably go down and vote early just because she's got some health issues. And so I don't want to go down and stand in a long line, although I always love election day. And it's very possible that I as a journalist, I may just
You'll go anyway.
Just hang out. There's a certain amount of energy there. And years ago, like I talk ad nauseum, I think is the expression, about when I ran for governor in 2002. But I remember I set up a site with signs, and you wave at the people going to the polls, and one of the county officials got really upset and said, no, I was too close, and we had stepped it off, and it was like, I think that it was either 600 feet or 300 feet. Anyway, we were, whatever it was, we were like 301 feet. and I had one of my helpers say, find us a place. Well, they had stepped it off, but I had 1 foot to spare. And everybody
pushing the envelope, Bill.
I know it, and I didn't even realize it, but right in the middle of the election day, here's all these people, and they're all, wagging their finger at me. Like, anyway, it was one of many memorable things. But I also remember that I did my own polling. What I would do is I'd get, I had about 8 or 9 young people. And I owned the newspaper, so I had exit. I didn't own the newspaper, but I had a company there with a lot of phones, and that's back in the day before. So I had a statewide phone books, and I would just hand the phone books to them, and they would call random, and we did our own polling. We would do that every week, and we'd call about 200 people. And it was obvious to me that, man, I didn't have a prayer. I mean, I was running against Eli and Ray Hunkins, and Eli he really had it in the bag, but I actually didn't know Ray that well when I started, but Ray was really well known around my home. And he was from Wheatland. I didn't really know him. He and I and Eli all became very great friends, actually, as a result of all that. But it was, anyway, my point is, one of my campaign people had come up with this incredible plan where I was back then you could do the auto dialing thing where you could literally hire a company that, now this is 2002, that they could call every phone number that you gave them. I mean, you gave them a list of every Republican phone number in Wyoming. You could put a recording on it and call them. And it was going to cost like $80,000 or 60, which is a huge amount of money for me. And I was under so much pressure to spend that money. And I said, I don't think I have a chance. No, we're not going to spend it. And by God, I finished third, and there's no way I could have moved the needle. But the pressure on these guys is unbelievable. That's what I'm going to try leading up to, Jake. When you put so much time in it, I mean, I look at Barlow. My gosh, he's been going since August of last year. He will have put a solid year in, and we know he worked hard before that. But a solid year of on the go and shaking hands and holding events and traveling the state, and now you're down to the last 2 weeks, and what do you do? And somebody comes to you and says, "Oh, we just figured out a way that you can spend another, do this or do that," and it's got to be tearing their hair out right now. And having been there, I've been there, like I said, with my own campaign, and I was there with Foster Fries's campaign. And it was, those were two entirely different, because Foster, there was so much money. I think we spent $2.7 million or something. And, I spent $140,000, I think. But anyway, I'm sort of gabbing here, but what I'm trying to say though is that, and the pressure on gaffes, again, there's the big one, is somebody's got to put their foot in their mouth and say, well, I think way back in history, one of the great gaffes was Gerald Ford in his presidential debate. I mean, it was a long time ago. I think before you were born, Jake. But he argued with his opponent, and it might have been Jimmy Carter. Anyway, that Poland wasn't in the behind the Iron Curtain, and of course it was. But it was a gaffe. What a legendary gaffe. And anyway, that's the kind of thing that they're talking about. And this thing with the Bean campaign, obviously, if somebody from his campaign is actually doing the kind of things they're accusing it of, which, by the way, I don't believe it, or if it is, it certainly should be a long distance from Grant, that I don't think. But anyway, that's the kind of thing. It moves the needle. It affects people. That people says, well, I was on the fence, but now after hearing that, I'm going to go vote for this guy. Well, if you get 10 people that do that, or 1,000 people that do that, a race is this close. That's unbelievable. So I always say, watch out for the polls, watch out for the endorsements, and watch out for the gaffes. And the polls, people want to vote for a winner. And it's like what I told you about my own campaign, when even I assessed my own campaign and said, I'm not going to win this thing. So no, I'm not going to spend that money. Good money after bad. But as a voter, you look at the polls and say, well, I was going to vote for example, Kent Christensen, hell of a good candidate on the House side. He doesn't have a prayer, in my opinion, against Fries or Chuck or Balo, who I think are the three front runners. And, he doesn't have a prayer. So if you're going to vote for him, that vote is sort of a vote that whereas if you take that vote away and give it to one of these others, it could make. So I think that's what's going through voters' minds right now.
In that way, polls are so damaging. You almost don't want to hear about them or don't want to believe them, because yeah, if you see these polls and you're inclined to believe them, you're like, my vote's a throwaway vote. I was going to go with, read somebody down ticket. But yeah, the whole notion of polls and how it may be a waste of a vote, that's interesting. It's interesting to see who's not the top three. And I'll say the top three are Gray, Reisner, and Freeze. If you're not in that top three list, and they're going at each other pretty good, how does your vote sway the whole thing? Whose votes are you stealing? What are you pulling? And if any of those candidates drop out, how would they affect the race? Do you think anyone will drop out? Now, Chapman's out. How did that disrupt the then 10 member primary, now 9? And how would anyone else, if someone else says, you know what, I can read the writing on the wall, I'm not in this 3-horse race, I'm out?
I doubt any more will drop out just because of that's so late now that, I think they should. I think they should consider that if they're seriously, especially when you're dealing with certain candidates that have high negatives. Everybody knows that because Gray is such a combative personality that he's got a lot of negatives, but he's a hell of a guy. It's got a hell of a lot of support. But Freeze is now going to be getting some negatives because they're going to do a dog pile on him, and they're going to point out whatever they want to point out, that here's a guy with a lot of money and he's from Jackson, and it's but I tell you what, Steve Freeze is a solid guy and solid family. I mean, my gosh, they've done a lot for Wyoming. My gosh, they're just like I said, they're just wonderful people, wonderful family. I look at people's families, and I kind of like a guy that's got a wife and kids, mainly because I have a wife and kids, and I don't. I'm not so sure a single man with like Rasner or a single man like Chuck. I guess they'd have I guess it worked for Lindsey Graham in the Senate, U.S. Senate, but I don't know. I just like family kind of people, and and like I said, Chuck is an old friend. I don't know Rasner at all, and I do believe the top three are Balo and Rasner, or not Rasner, but Balo, Chuck, and Freeze. And the reason for that is I think Balo's going to get the crossover votes, and I think there's going to be a lot of crossover votes. And when they look at that whole field, I think that I think Balo will get a lot of them, because a lot of those votes are Democrats and independents, and they're going to be, I don't know, they're just looking for the most moderate one, and I think Balo might come across as that. So that's why in fact, I've got a bet going with one of our other people about who the top three are going to be. But my column, by the way, this week's going to be on the governor's race, and that one's really. I thought Barlow had it in the bag. I just looked like to me that he was, but they have been beating up on him a lot, but what one of the things that strikes me is Facebook followers, which, see, to my generation, I'm a Facebook guy, but Megan Degenfelder is only 37 years old. She's a millennial, and she's got 20,000 Facebook followers, and Bean has 4,000, and Barlow has 6,000. And I don't know, that to me is kind of a under the radar statistic that could show that this thing might be Megan Degenfelder. Well, I love that name. She has got the greatest political name. It's either the worst political name or the greatest.
It's Megan memorable.
I just call her Megan Degen, But yeah. She's, I talked to her. Holy cow! Talk about an articulate young lady. Whew.
Yeah,
I was blown away. You probably had her on the radio here, but man, this is a very sharp young lady, and I've spent a couple times with Barlow. Yeah, she's a good guy. He reminds me actually of Matt Mead and Mark Gordon. I think it's good old Wyoming stock and Western kind of a guy, and not extreme on anything, just generally middle of the road. And So by all indications, you would think it would be Barlow that will win this. But I think I mentioned you in one of my other interviews here with you that we were down in Texas because, again, my wife had some health issues and we have a daughter down there. So it's easy to go down there. And we were there when John Cronin, he's a four-time term senator, U.S. senator, and they have an attorney general down there, but much like Chuck Gray, named Ken Paxton. By God, they did a primary where the top two move on to a runoff, and they did a runoff, and Trump came out and endorsed Paxton, and Paxton won by 2-1. 2-1. Now, Texas is another big Trump state, but is that Trump endorsement that big a deal? Well, would that happen here? I don't know. To me, that's an X factor that, based on what I saw in Texas, I believe is very possible.
Degenfelder,
but I don't feel it.
Degenfelder did get that Trump endorsement for the gubernatorial race. In fact, all those three candidates, Barlow's the Big Tent Republican for Governor Bien, all three of them think on their feet really well. They're all very well spoken, all super smart. Each brings something different to the table. That'll be an interesting race. You mentioned Degenfelder's strength on socials, but does that generation vote? That's what I wonder. I don't know. There's a lot to see and a lot to learn. Bill Sniffin will have a column on it.
One last thing. It's nice to see people who aren't self-funding their campaigns. Those three people are old-fashioned, hard-working people. We love it.
Good point. We'll be right back with candidate for Superintendent of Public Instruction, Tom Kelly, is on next after this quick break.
At Cowboy State Daily, we cover everything Wyoming, like the outdoors.
Yeah, it looks like a young Grizzly, recently separated from its mom, was out wandering around doing a thing.
Energy.
Cheyenne's become this data center magnet.
And the issues you care about.
Wyoming Highway Patrol is facing a significant trooper shortage with 36 unfilled trooper positions.
Covering Wyoming like nobody else can. This is Cowboy State Daily.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way. My kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
There are a lot of words I would use to describe my daughter. Kind, strong, hilarious. When I think about how much she's experienced in her life, on a journey that we're now on together as a family, we can't help but be inspired by her every day.
Hey, Mom, we're about to start the movie.
Oh, yeah, I'll be right there. Okay.
So really, we're the lucky ones. Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org.
We're back in the Zoom room picking up this discussion with Tom Kelly, candidate for State Superintendent of Public Instruction. Claire McFarland is here as well. Tom, when he's not on the campaign trail, which is right now, you're never home in Sheridan. You were just in my neck of the woods, I think, not long ago in Jackson.
Good morning, Jake. Hi, Claire. That's not necessarily true about campaigning all the time. I'm still running a university department full time. I'm on the road when I can be, but I'm in Sheridan right now. I'm leaving this morning again. I'm heading down to encampment. But yes, I'm a dad. I'm a university department head, and a candidate is third. I want the job. I'm working hard, but I have other priorities too. I'm still in the legislature. I've got meetings coming up for education and judiciary very soon, before the primary.
Good point. Father of 6, 3 of each flavor, a lifelong educator. He's worked in middle school, high school, undergrad, the whole thing, public, private schools, education committee and recalibration committee member. And Claire and I were talking the other day that if the campaign went there, and as we discussed yesterday, so no indications it's going to go there. It's been boringly cordial, but if it did, Tom Kelly's a 3rd-degree black belt, so watch out. Claire, where do you?
I am healed up. I'm all healed up too from my surgery. I'm feeling good. All right, now Claire's got real questions for me.
I know.
Right. I'm going to start with the non-education one. So if elected, you'd be one of 5 members on the State Board of Land Commissioners, the SLIB. What is your policy approach to approving data centers and wind farms on state lands?
All right. I have stipulations for this. I know that some people have come out and just blanketly said no data centers whatsoever, despite the fact that we already have them and there are some already being constructed. There are concerns, though. We have to, first of all, make sure that they're not competing for power and electricity with other businesses and with residents. I would like to see them off grid with their own power generation if we're going to do that. Number 2, they have to have next generation cooling systems that aren't using water, which most of them do, or they wouldn't come to the dry West anyway. They would be sucking up all the water in Virginia like they're currently doing. And third, I'm not a fan of tax subsidies whatsoever. I'd like for them to compete on an even playing field. I would also like them away from residential areas. I don't understand, with all the space we have out here, why we'd have to build big, noisy, ugly machinery right next to neighborhoods where people live. So I have stipulations for approving them. If they're on private land too, they cannot be a nuisance to adjacent properties at that point. And that means an actual nuisance. We're talking about EMF radiation. We're talking about noise. We're talking about emissions. We're not just talking about somebody who doesn't like to look at them, because many of us don't like to look at wind turbines either.
Thank you. Were you going to address the wind half?
I don't want anything that has to be subsidized by government. Okay. If the wind turbines if they require federal funding for them to be usable, for them to be viable economically, I wouldn't like to approve that. That is not a good long-term investment for the state. We've already seen firsthand that suddenly the federal government can turn off the federal spigot and then leave us holding the bag. So I would like to see any economic investment be something that could stand on its own 2 feet.
Thank you. All right, moving on into education. In 2022, 2023, we covered actually an explosive controversy involving sexually explicit books, materials in school libraries, sometimes showcased on school library stands in the case of Lander. What, as superintendent, is the appropriate response to that?
The appropriate response is to implement what state laws are, but there is some wiggle room in making policy as far as that goes. Now, I don't hide anything I do. I've been working on committees. I have been somebody who's promoted the library bill, which has been mischaracterized as trying to ban books when it was really just about keeping age-appropriate materials on the shelves for kids or available to kids. But I don't think it should be the superintendent's job to be dictating to local districts what they have in their libraries. So I would do the best I could to implement rules to make sure that we had age-appropriate materials in the schools but I really don't like the idea of centralizing authority for books coming from the superintendent. I mean, it's literally banned in the Constitution that the state can't dictate curriculum anyway, or textbooks.
Yeah, that clause in the Constitution is often misinterpreted as a ban on dictating curriculum from the legislative level, but it was written because there was corruption. There were corrupt textbook publishers that were bribing legislators to order school districts to buy those textbooks. So I mean that's one that Charlie Scott had.
What do you think Common Core is? That is, you got the federal government comes out with these standards, and they just happen to have buddies in the education industry, and then you could buy these materials from their friends. It's a great clause in the Constitution. We obviously, in some ways, dictate curriculum with our standards, which I would like to cut back to give more leeway to the districts. But it does technically say you can't mandate a textbook, not curriculum.
Yeah, that's very interesting, is stopping that slope toward fascism with government getting cronyistic with curriculum publishers, let's say. Thank you for that interesting side quest. So I guess we've talked about the silo a little before, but I know that as you're on the campaign trail, going to forums, maybe debates, sharpens you. I mean, what is your thought on the silo today? Are you still in favor?
Yes. That doesn't necessarily mean I'm in favor of some of the unintended consequences or the things it's laid bare in funding. What we found out by doing the silo, when teachers got the raises that we wanted them to get, suddenly districts were tight on cash for other things, which actually kind of made our point for us, that they were rating teachers' salaries to pay for other things like activities. But the recalibration committee is still open. We're still addressing these issues now to make sure that not only are we compensating teachers fairly and appropriately, but we're also adequately funding other activities and other functions of a school. If going forward, we have a precedent where the schools are taking care of things the way they need to, where teachers are being taken care of the way they need to, maybe a future recalibration committee can rescind that silo. But in the meantime, it corrected a problem that's been there for many years, that expenses were going up and teacher salaries were not.
When I want to get to the bottom of, because I mean, we've heard for 10 years, like, don't you want to pay teachers? There's a teacher shortage. This is a problem. Is that more the teachers themselves pronouncing that complaint, or the administration, or the education lobby? Where is that coming from?
Oh, I can't speak for that, but the education lobby, if we're talking about the WDA and teachers, my experience has been, while I don't always agree with my friends at the WDA, that they do speak pretty well for Wyoming teachers in general. I've noticed, I'm glad the WEA has been doing a good job of kind of slowly stepping away from the National Education Association, which has been more about left-wing politics and teachers. And the WDA does speak for teachers. But as far as the argument going over what teachers are being paid and why, I can't tell you off the top of my head the impetus of all of that.
Okay, thank you. So one thing that I have heard, and this is, a lot of these questions are like, is this the superintendent's job, right? Because you are there to give legislature a reality check. You are there to communicate with districts and quiet the noise. You are there for guidance. You are there for various administrative things, but sometimes investigations into districts. But I keep hearing from teachers that how your administration, the character of your administrators and their willingness to help you is everything. It's more important than pay for some teachers. Is there a way for a superintendent to foster that good character?
Yes. And you'll hear some people say it's the tone at the top. And I understand a serious concern of some educators is that a superintendent comes in who is dismissive of the importance of the public school system to communities and to the kids in general. And I understand the political tropes. I am a political science professor by trade, which means that I am more than aware of the narratives for and against public schools running around out there. So the superintendent position has to be somebody who's, I would say, is more of an advocate for the kids. We have an association for the school boards. We have an association for the superintendents. We have an association for the teachers. I would like to see the superintendent more of an advocate for the kids in general, to try and get people on the left and right side of the spectrum to realize ultimately we're supposed to be on the same team, trying to do what's best for the children in general, not trying to undermine public schools, and also not trying to prop them up on a pedestal as they're the only option for parents.
Which leads us to give us your rundown on school choice and how you would juggle it as superintendent.
Let's be really clear about something. In the states that have the most robust school choice programs, roughly 90% of the kids attend public school anyways. So if there's a narrative out there saying it's going to end or destroy public schools, it hasn't happened in any state. It hasn't happened in countries like Germany, France, and Sweden. School choice is a useful tool for helping all kids. I like to see parents driving school choice, whether it's charter schools, whether it's private schools or homeschool. The state's job is to make sure that all kids are learning how to read and learning how to be functional adults, not preparing them for the workforce, not preparing them to be corporate drones for Amazon, but preparing them to make their own life decisions. And I like to use all tools in the toolbox to do that. And the primary tool is the public school system. And I fully recognize and support that.
Well, I mean, to some extent, you've got to keep your ear on the business community, right? Like there's CTE, there's welding classes in high school. I mean, is it not should you not be trying to tweak the system or helping to tweak the system to address the economic needs?
See, there you go. That's something outside the purview, I think, of the superintendent at that point. My job would be to make sure that the federal and state laws are implemented and the funds are going where they're supposed to go to for who they're supposed to go to. But I would like to see the state step back and just pare down our priorities to basic math literacy, reading literacy, and then let the local school districts with the older kids, once they've learned, their minds are developing abstractly and they're literate in math and reading, to let local communities decide which programs they would like to go from there, whether they'd like to emphasize college preparation, which sometimes just preps kids to leave the state while we have open electrician and welder jobs here, or to focus on CTE or whatever they would like to move to. But I don't like the idea of school being a job training program as a primary focus. Yes, by all means, allow districts, if their communities would like to do such things, I support that. But whatever decision kids would like to make as adults, I would like to have their minds prepared to make those decisions as adults.
Sounds like a Antonin Scalia approach to being an education administrator. Just make myself less.
I would like the state to step back into a supportive role, because we've seen over the years, regardless if it's at the national level or the state level, you cannot mandate success from government. You just can't. We could provide funds. We could provide support. I could, like you said, show up at districts where kids are not being treated or their IEPs are being ignored. But we have a new literacy law that says you will learn to read. I like the fact that we screen for dyslexia, but it's 30 pages of more regulations for states to juggle. I think that makes it harder for teachers and local districts to do their jobs when the state lists out all these things that you will do and then attempts to tell districts how to do it on top of it.
Thank you. Jake, am I out of time?
No, you're fine, Claire.
Oh, okay. Good deal. So I guess you have just a few months left in the legislature. You're on recalibration committee. Is there an ideal strategy for fixing the activities? Because we have half the schools benefiting from the activities shakeup, and we have half the schools hurting and some really, really hurting. Mike Yin's idea was, well, let's let them take the better of the two systems. Bo Beitman said, hey, how is that fit with our constitutional mandate that the courts have outlined for us over the past 3 decades? So what's your ideal approach to fixing the activities problem?
Well, I agree with Representative Mike Yin at this time, Because at this time, we suddenly have, was roughly 40% of districts seeing significant cuts in activity funds because, and that had nothing to do with the silo. That had to do with the consultant's new formula that didn't turn out to work the way we thought it would.
The
So
silo's
Yen's idea,
there, right? Because they can't fudge to fix it.
well, exactly. They can't raise the teachers' salaries for activities, which is a good thing, because then it undermines what we were trying to do. But Mike Yins is what we would call a Band-Aid to make sure that, at least in the short term, districts are not getting that cut. But we still have to find a cost-based solution long term to fund activities, because we found out, as Chris Rothfuss had said, that obviously activities were not being funded cost-based because they were rating teacher salaries to pay for activities at that point. As far as constitutional issues go, as Senator Beitman says, this is still up in the air in the court. They haven't decided yet. So we need to do the best we can to make sure schools are adequately funded from a legislative perspective. But we don't know what the Wyoming Supreme Court's going to say in the end.
I mean, you're correct. We have 30 years of case law on education, but we also do have that pending challenge and different justices sitting on the court this time.
And also we have this new precedent of one judge now telling the legislature, by the way, education isn't just reading, writing, and math. It's also feeding the kids, getting them mental health, and buying them all computers, which we're disputing that a judge can dictate what education is. I mean, you're making lunch a constitutional right. I mean, Cuba does that.
I mean, what should the screen ratio be? Computers to kids ratio.
Well, that's something we're trying to work on right now, but we're very much concerned that if we fund one-to-one screens for kindergarten, first and second grade, there's an unintended incentive for schools to use those screens in kindergarten, first and second grade, when all the evidence coming out right now says kids should be going back to paper and pencil to learn how to read, write their own names, hopefully in cursive at some point. But this is still up in the air. And I'm not somebody on this recalibration committee who's going to walk in with campaign slogans and try and determine that I know best than everybody else. There are 12 of us on that committee. We have experts coming in all day telling us different perspectives on things. Personally, I'd like to see less screen time, but I don't know where the legislature is going to land on that.
Thank you.
Interesting. As the underinformed voter I am, I learned a few things there, and I start to see some separation in the race for Superintendent for Public Instruction. Tom Kelly is with us. The siloing intended to get money targeted to teachers. That was interesting to learn. I mean, we saw it had unintended consequences, but I like Tom Kelly saying it's also an I told you so, we told you so. The money wasn't going to teachers. And
not how I'd say that, but okay.
And also,
he's fangirling.
The CTE trade school trend, Tom Kelly would like to see that more district by district, organically grown where you are, and not a top-down approach. I'm learning stuff, sort of. Thank you both for being on. Thank you, Claire. Thank you, Tom.
Thank you.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake rolling along. We'll get Aaron Brown in here and learn about highway safety in Wyoming. And July, a particularly deadly month, and we still got a day to go. How can you drive better? And, of course, our Speeder of the Week. That's coming up.
This is Robert Short, candidate for Secretary of State. I've built businesses in Wyoming, served as an election judge, and worked diligently the past 11 years as a county commissioner to create collaborations and partnerships with stakeholders around our state and nation to benefit the people of Wyoming. As your next Secretary of State, you can count on me to put these skills to work for the benefit of you, the people of Wyoming. Vote Robert Short, Secretary of State. Visit shortforstate.com for more info, paid for by Short for State.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare,
we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
I'm Chris Jakimick. I served in the United States Air Force and I deployed 3 times. So in 2017, I was serving as an Air Force First Sergeant. Our motto in that role is my job is people, everyone is my business. But unfortunately in that year, I would lose my own brother, Lance Corporal Adam Jakimick, to suicide. The majority of veteran suicides are from guns. I store my weapons securely, not only for myself, but for my family. My service never stops.
Aaron Brown is here, Wyoming Highway Patrol. Aaron, how's
Howdy,
everything
Jake.
going
Good
this Friday? I see from the handy dandy tool on the website, I'm looking up crashes in 2026 and for July in particular, and too many, and all of them happen on dry pavement, so we can't blame weather really. But it looks like we could probably blame something else. What is going on? July has not been great statistically.
Statistically, it has not. Right now, and this is the preliminary number at this point that we are on at this point, as far as officially published fatalities, meaning we've had the fatality report come through, family's been notified, we're at a point where we can, release names, that sort of thing. Officially, we're at about 15 deaths in July, and that's compared to our second highest for February and June with 10. So it's been a pretty busy month. Unfortunately, last week alone during Frontier Days, we had 3 fatalities in Laramie County and then 1 up near Sheridan, all of which happened 4 deaths within 2 hours of each other. And that was a rough night for a lot of our troopers, but it's one of the things we're seeing. One of the primary causes we are seeing is distracted driving, driver inattention. And in all actuality, here's the thing: for all crashes this year, we're kind of in line with this. I looked at the previous crash reports from YDOT, and typically, on average, you see driver inattention for fatalities and total crashes in general make up anywhere between 5 to 7%. So relatively small compared to, like, say, impairment or speed. But as far as factors, inattention is a factor in about 5 to 7% of those crashes. In 2026, that's still the case. We're at about we're still there, but the fatalities, though, is the real issue. Even in fatalities, normally we're around that 6 to 7% mark, 6 to 7% mark. We're at 25% in 2026. 25% of our fatalities have involved a possible factor of inattention. Now, we'll get the real numbers probably next year with the actual report. But in my admittedly completely unscientific way of doing this, just getting the numbers off on paper, what I have in front of me on paper, we're looking at 25% for the year and 40% in July.
Yeah. I'm not surprised. I'm surprised it's not higher. When you talk about contributing factors to an accident, certainly speed or whatever, but what contributes to speed, what is a player in that? What is a component of an accident? It's inattentiveness in general. You're not paying enough attention to your speed. You're not paying enough attention to other things, other factors. It's at the heart of everything. How is that determined, Aaron? When we're talking about distracted driving, is that texting? Are they on a phone? Can we prove they were answering a text at the time of a crash? Or if it's not a fatality, did they admit, I wasn't paying it? I was talking to the kid in the back, in the back seat. Like, how do we know?
So that is why when we mark it down, when we release these things, we're seeing them in about 40%, right? But that 40% is counted as possible factors. In other words, we may not know 100%, but that's what it looks like at the time when we're investigating the crash. A perfect example would be what happened last night. We had one more fatality. This is not part of the 15 that I'm counting.
Right.
Because it's not on paper just yet, but it did happen. So it would be 16. As far as that goes, it was a motorcycle crash on 212, which we can talk about as well, because we've had an influx of those, not fatalities, but accidents up there, crashes up there.
Yeah.
And 212 is one of those prime distraction roads. The curves are, they're hairpin. You're doing just about a U-turn just about on those things. But you're also seeing it's not just the curves, you're also in the middle of just beautiful scenery, absolutely gorgeous scenery. And it's so easy to be driving or riding and just, look at that. That's just gorgeous. And then next thing you know, you run on a road. And we saw this with this motorcyclist. Our troopers are looking at this. He didn't seem to be going fast. Preliminarily, he didn't seem to be going fast and went off the road and crashed. And preliminarily, our troopers are looking at that going, okay, we're not seeing any indication of drugs or alcohol. We're not seeing any indication of mechanical failure. So what is left? And, at that point, if you have a crash like that, there's several things that can still happen. But at that point, you're looking at maybe a medical episode or inattention. And especially when you look at the surroundings, how beautiful it is, how easy it is just to get distracted by everything. It's easy to get inattentive.
Yeah, there's a reason that drive is so popular with motorcyclists. It's beautiful and the scenery, and don't get caught up watching the scenery. Beartooth Pass 212, really popular with motorcyclists, and we did hear about that accident. Oh.
Yeah, it's we've seen an influx anecdotally. This is not official numbers. Anecdotally from my troopers up there, I've talked to my troopers. Anecdotally, they're thinking we've seen about 12 to 15 crashes up there on 212 this year, which is a pretty significant increase from last year. They're thinking, and that's what they're thinking is inattention is a big part of that, and it's been a big part of just about everything. But there's a second part to that. There's a secondary thing to our crashes here. With motorcycles, wear a helmet. You definitely want to wear a helmet. In this case, last night, he was wearing a helmet. The rider was wearing a helmet. Unfortunately, the rider still ended up passing. But there are crashes where a helmet is going to save your life, where otherwise we've seen crashes where people end up dying on scene where simply wearing a helmet would have saved their life. The same goes for cars, not a helmet, but a seatbelt. And again, kind of getting the same numbers, the same way I did with the inattention. And when it came to the past years, in 2025 specifically, 48% of our fatalities in 2025 had no seatbelt on. So far in 2026, we're at 57%. And I think we've said it before, there is kind of you see it a lot. There's a crash, there's a particular kind of crash you see a lot in Wyoming, and that is either inattention, fatigue, speed, or a combination of a couple or all three are a single vehicle, not another one, but a single one to drift off the road, overcorrect, slide, trip, and roll, and the person isn't wearing a seatbelt, or someone in the car isn't wearing a seatbelt, and they get thrown from the vehicle or even just partially ejected, and that it leads to a fatality. Especially on 2-lane highways like that, seatbelts save lives. And there's just no way around it.
I don't know how half of us are involved in accidents are not wearing seatbelts. If either we're lazy or we're under the misimpression that you'll be thrown clear of an accident. Trust the guys who go and investigate these accidents. They can see it, and they can tell you that's not the case. You're more likely to walk away wearing the seatbelt. Come on.
I think you have people that hear that rare story of where wearing a seatbelt actually contributed to being killed in an accident, where that's very rare. It can happen. Certain things can happen. Or you hear about someone being thrown clear. That's rare. It's very, very, it does happen, but it's very rare.
It's the exception.
That being said, the thing that we're seeing, the reason we see this is not because people have a misconception, I don't think. And I think part of it is that Wyoming attitude. You know, I'm going to do what I want to do. You're not going to tell me what to do. And we're not telling you, we're begging you. Please wear your seatbelt. It's a secondary law. No one's going to pull you over for not wearing your seatbelt. You have the freedom to choose. But for the sake of others, for the sake of yourself, your family, and especially for those in your vehicle, try and make sure they're buckled up too. What it comes down to is the most effective preventative measure that is in that vehicle is you. The single most best prevention out there is going to be you making a choice to drive sober, to buckle up, and to get rid of the distractions.
The safety starts with you. 15 already fatalities this month. 16 unofficially. The majority of those attributed to driver inattention. Should not be happening. Tomorrow begins August. That's Sturgis. So motorcyclists beware, and you beware of motorcyclists. They're going to be out there. Aaron, thank you.
They will be. Thank you, Jake.
Have a great weekend. Cowboy State.
And keep an eye out for that speed of the week.
Yes, I saw 106 speeder of the woo, man. We're out of time. One more hour in the show here on Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. We'll see you back in 6 minutes.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. After taking in a friend's baby, a Casper foster mom says her family became the target of anonymous threats by the biological mother. Cowboy State Daily's Colby Fedor reports that the bio mom is charged with 2 stalking felonies.
Investigators allege that 27-year-old Dodgy Carter used fake messaging apps, social media accounts, and more to reach out to a foster mom while she had custody of her biological son. When the infant was first placed in Monroe's care, she received an anonymous message that said, "You're going to die," with a knife emoji and blood. Monroe quickly took this to the police, and an investigation was able to link it back to Dodgy Carter. The threats continued for several weeks, even after protection orders were put in place.
Carter was bound over to district court Tuesday after a preliminary hearing on 2 felony counts of stalking and 2 misdemeanor counts of violating a stalking protection order. She's posted a $3,500 surety bond and was released from custody. U.S. House candidate Steve Freese received 19 endorsements on Thursday by Republican lawmakers, former legislators, and energy industry leaders. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Chuck Gray calls them, quote, a tired class of political 1% insiders.
Steve Freese, who's running for U.S. House, garnered 19 endorsements this week, including from former Republican Governor Jim Geringer, a host of Republican lawmakers, former lawmakers, oil and gas industry leaders. Secretary of State Chuck Gray fired back by calling them a class of insiders, essentially, who are in favor of woke wind and data center projects. That may come as a surprise to some of them. For example, Dan Dockstetter, who was among the endorsers, was one of the very few votes against big tax exemptions for data centers.
Gray has come out against data centers, while Freeze has said state and county governments, not Congress, should lead data center permitting decisions in ways that protect Wyomingites. Both men tout a pro-traditional energy stance. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. Make sure your vehicle is in good working condition. Proper tire inflation, fluids topped off, good wiper blades, and brake inspections. Carry emergency supplies in your vehicle like non-perishable food and water. This is a reminder from the Wyoming Department of Transportation. Tax revenue from Wyoming wind projects supports police, fire, EMS, and schools. Energy development is about communities, not just power. More information is available at poweringupwyoming.org. Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Another 10 illegal drivers were busted in Laramie County on Sheriff Brian Kozak's latest Truck Around and Find Out operation this week. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that includes one speeding with what looked like emergency lights.
The last Truck Around campaign that they did, they arrested 46. They started this back in November. There's almost 130 illegal drivers have been taken off the road. But Kozak said that really it's not about, although that gets the headlines, it's not about just going out and rounding up illegal drivers. It's about unsafe truck driving. And people who are illegal and don't have licenses are unsafe. Kozak also said that he knows the Truck Around and Find Out campaign is going to get criticism. It's going to be politicized, and he says he's expected that, and that has happened.
Overall, this week's Truck Around and Find Out resulted in about 120 traffic stops, with 40 tickets issued to drivers and 10 arrests for being in the country illegally. So says Sheriff Kozak and Chief Deputy Chance Walkama. A suspended Newcastle police sergeant pleaded not guilty Thursday to charges alleging a year-long pattern of abuse toward a woman. Cowboy State Daily's Colby Fedor reports that he faces up to 27 and a half years in prison.
On Thursday, a suspended Newcastle police sergeant pled not guilty to 6 criminal charges. Prosecutors say that 36-year-old Nicholas Kaminsky, in uniform, terrorized an ex-girlfriend. He used a police cruiser, a canine, and allegedly a knife. Kaminsky posted a $35,000 cash bond weeks ago. His next court appearance will be for a trial unless they come to a plea agreement before then.
During the hearing, defense attorney Ryan Titus told the court Kaminsky had found new employment that requires travel. He asked the judge to modify Kaminsky's bond conditions to allow him to leave the 6th Judicial District Court for work. Crook County Attorney Denise Day did not object. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. How to safely build a fire. How to control the flames. What to do with hot coals. How to secure your chains. But I can only teach wildfire prevention. Only you can prevent wildfires.
Back at it in the final hour of a finally Friday of the final day of July. You getting the theme? It's final. This is it. Cowboy State Daily Show. Steve Freeze is here. Claire McFarland. Steve Freeze running for that lone House seat, U.S. Congress, and he's bringing some Hakma to the race. That's masterful wisdom in Hebrew. Great to see you both.
Great to be here.
Yeah, good morning. How are you? Can you hear me?
I can. It's terrific. We had an exciting night. We're driving from the Sweetwater County Fair. We were headed to Gillette today, but just outside of Casper. The Winnebago hit a little deer, and everybody's fine. It's cosmetic damage, but it kept us here for the night. But everybody's fine. But it had to happen at some time, you know?
Oh, geez. Don't we have a program, Jake, where you can eat roadkill? Like you can get permission from the
We had a little discussion about that on one of our early trips, and we said to ourselves we were going to carry a tarp and a couple nice butchering knives to jump right on it and have a little barbecue, but time didn't allow for it this time.
Oh, dang.
Speaking of knives, that was one of your first door-to-door selling knives for Steve Freeze. I don't know where my mind goes, but that's too bad.
Knives. You know, I did better than just sell them door to door. The summer after my first college year, I ran an office, and in 1985, we sold $100,000 worth of knives, and I walked away with, I think, about $14,000 at the end of the summer, which was big money.
Dang.
Big money in 1995.
Very nice. Well, I am going to ask questions. So you had the 19 endorsements unveiled yesterday, including Governor Jim Geringer, Senator Dan Dockstader, former Senate President Tony Ross, who was spicy to interview. I interviewed 14 of them. Only a couple of them made it in this story. What do you think of Secretary Gray's charge that these are tired political insiders?
Well, first I'd say this. Every time I've spoken to Ron Michaeli, he's out fixing a headgate or a barbed wire fence, so I would hardly call him a tired individual. He's up and at it all the time. There would have been a lot more folks who I've many more folks called in and said that they wanted to show my support, but it took courage for them to stand out and sign up for this because they knew they were going to get some kind of an attack. So I really salute them for doing that, to show their support for me when they knew it meant entering the fray a little bit and potentially taking a few shots. But I think even in your article, a few of them came back strongly. Eli's not going to take any BS, as he says.
Well, yeah. So Secretary Gray said that they are pro-woke data center, woke wind farm. I might be paraphrasing. And, insiders, we've heard that now. But, and then the other thing he said was that they oppose him because of his election integrity efforts. Former Senate President and House Speaker Eli Bebout said, no, I actually like those. But
I'm sorry if I can interrupt. I just have to say this is textbook career politician. Data centers are the responsibility of the governor, the state legislator, and the county commissioners. A House member really doesn't have anything to say there. He's just turned it into a hot button to scare people and get votes. And similarly, I think that if any state could have, I'm happy that we have more secure election laws in the state for the main purpose that it's going to help show leadership across the country. But I have to ask myself, was that the best use of our legislature's time in this state where arguably I don't think any fraud has been detected in our elections at any time, as far as I'm aware. It felt, both of these feel to me like grandstanding moves to try to maybe it's to try to get a Trump endorsement, to be bashing, not data centers, that word, but to lean so hard into the voter integrity in a state where we have county clerks that do a great job. There were no shenanigans going on here. I've been tracking this issue since long before 2020. Big states that have big projects that have clearly sketchy voter registrations and mail-in ballots that are unregulated. That's where the fraud's really happening. I don't understand why he made that such an enormous part of his effort. I think it was really just to kind of get attention.
Interesting to see the fight in you at this phase in the campaign trail. I know it took a while to come out. I received my first attack ad yesterday, which I had to laugh at. I wish I had a house as nice as the one that he painted me having there as the falling. It does make me wonder how many people know that AI generates these images. But it's clever. I didn't know that. Stu is sick.
Well,
all right.
I think it speaks of desperation in his interview with you as you recounted. He pointed to our momentum, and yes, that's what we've got, and we're going to keep it going through. I just got off the phone. A couple people called me to tell me today that the state figures who told me that they just voted for me this morning, and it was a great way to start the day.
So since Secretary Gray said that these people endorsing you must be in favor of woke wind projects, I mean, I know I heard it from you when you visited my coffee group, the Gentry, but do you want to put on the record here your approach to wind?
Yes, please. Thank you. To my understanding of these from a business perspective, they are still largely supported by tax gimmicks and subsidies. And I think that the wind doesn't always blow and the sun doesn't always shine. If it's got to be subsidized, it's just not time for it yet. I've heard some stories about solar panel systems getting set up and never hooked to the grid because the guy that got the tax break gimmick was the installer. And so this just sitting out there in a field, good for nothing. On the side of wind farms, the blades wear out. They're filling up landfills. The only clever idea I heard was, why don't we stack them up along the border wall? Maybe that's a way to recycle them to help reinforce the border wall. But I think until wind and solar can stand on their own as legitimate energy sources, which I think could come in a few years if battery technology gets a whole lot better. If we can have big batteries that can hold a whole lot of charge and hold it for a long time, maybe those will be technologies that really make sense. But for now, with coal, oil, natural gas, and uranium, what's the point?
Thank you. Have you heard of Trump endorsing anyone? What's the down low there in this race? Do you know?
I've been told that he's not going to endorse anyone else, and I'm under consideration. So we're hopeful, we're optimistic. I'm pretty confident I can win this race without it, but I'd like it to be clear for people that I have his endorsement. That'd be a great honor, but we'll wait and see. I don't think it matters entirely to this race, but I have been told through a few channels that the endorsement is not going to anyone else.
Interesting. Thank you. You ticked off the Sierra Club this week. I believe ridiculous and harmful. So your strategy, and I know we sparred about whether this should go public, and you eventually said, I take it. But your notion was to turn the EPA into an advisory board to the state DEQs. After that pushback from the Sierra Club, are you doubling down? What's your thought?
I guess I didn't hold their. I should examine their comment word for word, but it is definitely the fact that it's people on the ground closest to what's being regulated that will do the best job. We've got tremendous scientists at our DEQ. I'm told that if you drive across the state and you look at where the pipelines have been buried, the folks who came in, they planted some of the best grass there. That's where you're going to see all the antelope feeding, is actually over the pipeline, because the grass is great there when they did their restoration of the landscape. I've also, some of the places that were mined for coal years ago that have been rehabilitated. I've seen pictures. It looks indistinguishable or even better than the land surrounding it. So we know how to take care of the land. I've reminded folks repeatedly that taking care of this earth we've been blessed with is a conservative principle. It was Richard Nixon and the Republican Party that pushed through the EPA in the first place to protect our air and water and keep our environment clean. But it's gotten to the point where what's happening more is just delay and delay and delay on our energy opportunities, instead of really focusing on keeping the air and water clean, because we can do that now. And now I think a lot of the people that fight against development, I think they just have, these are the same people that think that CO2 is a pollutant. It is not a pollutant. It is plant food. CO2 is what makes plants grow so that we can raise livestock and grow food to eat. I think the American public has been largely misled about that. There's been some real junk science over the years. Jake, you're not as old as I am, but when I was in high school, a wing of the scientific community, the panic mongers, told us all we were in for an ice age any day. The icebergs are going to come sliding down the mountains on us. And then it switched to global warming. I think the climate is entirely too difficult to model and predict accurately, and CO2 is not a pollutant. Take that, Sierra Club.
Are you going to get rid of the ATF while you're at it?
The
ATF.
ATF. Yeah, I like the line. That sounds like a convenience store.
Oh, yeah. I know they have a new name now. They go by BAMF, Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives. BATFI. I don't know how do you pronounce that, Jake?
That's a good one. I don't know. Tough one.
I wish I had the 10th Amendment language memorized word for word, but basically what isn't an enumerated function of the federal government is supposed to be left to the states. And the federal government is doing a whole lot more than it's supposed to, which is why I'm all for the end of the Department of Education, move the loan programs to the Treasury. But since the Department of Education was founded, our national competitive against other nations, our national academic performance has slid. It hasn't done us any good. And the average bureaucrat at the Department of Education, I think, makes 2 or 3 times what a Wyoming teacher does. So we don't need it.
Thank you. Jake, did you have a question?
No.
Okay. Let me think. So Tom Lubnau, a little bit of critique in his column and his later interview with me on what he's calling an interesting tactic, where you're basically, and you're forthright about this, you're asking Republicans who don't want Secretary Gray in the House to galvanize under your name. Why under your name?
Well, because I think that I have a special set of skills that's going to serve the state well in Washington. I think that my insights that I gained when I helped prepare executive orders, which President Trump used, gave me a particular insight into the regulatory process, and changing regulations is what Wyoming needs to unleash the job potential here in the energy and mining industry. I think that's a unique set of skills that I offer. And I think that's what is reflected in a lot of the support that I have around the state, as shown by the folks who were willing to put their name on the announcement and willing to take the insults and snide remarks. I think there's a growing awareness that I'm going to be able to work hard for the state and deliver results.
How much, in your view, does it hurt you that you're from Jackson?
You know, I have gotten to sort of jokingly saying, when people ask me where I'm from, I'll say, a little west of Du Bois, little north of Alpine. I'm behind enemy lines in Jackson. You know something? My first involvement in politics personally was fighting against an overbearing leftist bureaucracy, Teton County. And I'm going to take that same fight to DC. My wife and I founded a Christian school. We wanted to build a building. And I was told point blank, we don't need a Christian school in Teton County. Well, when do you not need a Christian school for families that want to give our children that kind of education? And so in really kind of out of desperation, trying to work with them back and forth and jump through all their hoops, I thought maybe people in the rest of the state have common sense. And I was able to take a bill to the legislature that said, let's just have the same rules for private Christian schools as public schools. This is about their setbacks, parking spaces, lighting in their parking lots, square footage. Let's just have a level playing field. And that made a lot of sense to the legislature. And that's really where I built a lot of the relationships and friendships that are reflected in the list of people that came forward to endorse me in this announcement. And that same kind of fight of common sense solutions is absolutely what I want to take to DC. I love solving problems, and I'm really motivated by people's appreciation, and I don't know where that started. Money doesn't really motivate me. I'm just eager to do things for the state, and top of my list there is getting more high-paying jobs to the state.
Thank you. Am I out of time, Jake?
Getting that school in had Steve Freeze for a while as a Teton County outsider. So, and this is a guy who positions himself as a political outsider with real world experience in the private sector. One more question, Claire, and we can let Steve go.
Geez, one more question. I feel a little bit stumped. When you were before the Gentry, they asked what you thought about Representative Hageman not voting for a National Defense Authorization Act. She had
I'm sorry,
it.
and I said I was going to read right up on it and talk to her and ask about that. I haven't done my homework. I'm sorry. Harriet Hageman always has a good reason why she does something, but I just don't know. I just don't know what it was. I'm sorry. Next time.
Well, she told us that it was because of runaway spending. I wondered if it had anything to do with a very controversial clause in there aligning us more with Israel, aligning our defense systems more with Israel. She did not speak to that. She talked about runaway spending. I know this is a hot one for a late question, but how do you handle diplomacy and defense with Israel?
Well, they're our strongest ally in the Middle East. As a faithful Christian, I've had the opportunity to go to Israel and visit to walk in the footsteps of Jesus and get my toes wet in the Sea of Galilee. And I know if the folks that are against Israel were in charge there, they probably wouldn't even let me in. You know, and I imagine we'd see historical sites destroyed if there was an Islamic takeover of Israel. So I think they're our longtime allies to defend. And I think that, that's where I stand.
Thank you.
19 days left till primary, and we're into, what Bill Sniffin might call silly season of political campaigning. I hope we can get to the issues, and I hope the next attack mailer doesn't say Steve Freeze harvested a deer out of season. Let's get to the issues of voter integrity, data centers, woke win. This stuff polls well, probably, but I hope we talk about the real issues when we get there. Steve Freeze, you can find him on the internet. Freeze for Y, Freeze for WY.com. Freeze, that's the I before the E. Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Claire.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
You bet.
Have a great day.
Have a great weekend. Cowboy State Daily Show. Next up, we'll get to, what do we got next? Oh, Mitchell Huen's going to be here. We'll talk about Cowboys with a mission and hay and the scarcity of it after this quick break.
This is Robert Short, candidate for Secretary of State. I've built businesses in Wyoming, served as an election judge, and worked diligently the past 11 years as a county commissioner to create collaborations and partnerships with stakeholders around our state and nation to benefit the people of Wyoming. As your next Secretary of State, you can count on me to put these skills to work for the benefit of you, the people of Wyoming. Vote Robert Short, Secretary of State. Visit shortforstate.com for more info, paid for by Short for State.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Substance use disorder and addiction is so isolating. And so, as a Black woman in recovery, hope must be loud. The moment I chose hope was when I couldn't look myself in the mirror anymore. I did not recognize myself. Absolutely. So I'm so proud because I did not think I was gonna make it. And now, I get to call my mom and say I love her. I get to teach my son how to say, Mama, I love you. Yeah. So for me, hope in this moment, it is the thread that lets you know that no matter what happens, you will be okay. Judy.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
Oh, right. Look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs. We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable. Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
Okay, we're back at it on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Mitchell Huene is with us. Huene, right? Is that how we say it, Mitch?
Huene, actually.
Huene. All right.
Yep.
Make a note for
Don't
myself.
worry about it. People get it wrong all the time.
I imagine. Mitchell is with Cowboys with a Mission, runs Cowboys with a Mission, which is going to factor into our discussion. You'll see how. We're going to talk about the scarcity of hay and the price of hay, astronomical. But I do want to understand more about what Cowboys with a Mission is, what the youth focus part of that, the Ministry of Youth with a Mission, YWAM, and all that stuff. And then we'll talk about how you feed horses in this day and age. It's not easy. Mitch, so what is Cowboys with a Mission?
Well, first, I don't run Cowboys with a Mission. I'm just on the leadership team. Our base director's taken a hiatus for a little while. But Cowboys with a Mission, we exist to do two things. First, to be the hands and feet of Jesus in our community, to help our local ranchers and farmers. So we do a lot of cowboying, moving irrigation pipes, stacking hay, fixing fence, just trying to be good, free help for whoever needs us. And then we are a first-year Bible program. So we run 2 schools a year. It's called the Discipleship Training School. And they spend 3 months here in Meeteetse, where we have a variety of weeks. We teach them basic Christianity. You know, a lot of people come into the church and there's some words that are weird. They don't understand them. Try and get them some background on that. Teach them about a biblical worldview, apologetics, how to defend your faith. And so after they've done that for 3 months, and they help us help the local ranchers as well. After that, they go overseas for 2 months. We actually have a group of 9 that are graduating tonight. They got back from Kyrgyzstan. So that's kind of our deal.
Very good. Cowboys with a Mission, the Meeteetse-based missionary organization to know God and make Him known. I can't say I've felt closer to God doing irrigation. I may have had some language that God did not appreciate. That's tough work. It's hard work, cowboying, doing stuff like that. But boy, it builds character same way faith does. I mean, that's what it's all about. I see your name quoted in this story regarding hay and how tough. We all know we're in a drought. What has it done? We'll just throw some numbers at you. Hay is probably up by the ton or however you buy it. The price of hay is probably 3 times what you paid last year. And that's because a lot of ranchers and people who grow hay, produce hay, are looking at half the harvest of what they got the previous year. Some are simply not even baling. They're letting the cows go at their field because it's the most efficient way to graze. I mean, what are you finding? It's bad.
Exactly what you said, Jake. We usually get our hay from the Pitchfork Ranch down at the end of the road. Because we had so little winter, the grass didn't come up. The only grass they're getting right now is their irrigated hay fields. And so their cows are on that right now. And most of the ranches around here are in a similar boat. If they've got any hay coming up, they're keeping it for themselves. They need to get their cows fed. So since that article's been put out, we've found probably about 35 tons locally. Had a bunch of people step up and let us know they've got some. And that's run 200 to 250 a ton. And then we've found some up in Montana. It's 250 a ton, but once you figure in trucking, it's $310 a ton, which is a little over twice what we paid last year. But down in Thermop a week or two ago, somebody would posted grass hay for $450 a ton, which is 3 times what we paid last year.
Yeah.
So it's rough.
Well, yeah. I mean, the story, it's good to hear that it's pulled some sellers, some hay providers out of the woodwork. Because, yeah, last we knew from the story, you're looking at $310 a ton out of Bozeman, factoring in transportation costs. So $250. I mean, if I told you last year that was the deal, you probably would have not agreed. But man, that's.
I would have laughed at you.
I mean, did you? I mean, we could have seen. I guess you could forecast that the lack of winter, and then we go into spring, and spring is really summer. It's not raining at all. It's hot. I mean, you could see some writing on the wall. Did you get a heads up from Pitchfork? I mean, when did you find out? Were you scrambling? Like, hey, we don't have your hay this year.
Yeah, we called them probably in April.
Yeah.
Just to start lining stuff up. And that was when they told us that they weren't going to have anything. And by that point, we could look in the barn and kind of figure out this is about what we got left. And so we jumped into high gear. Found a guy in between Cody and Powell that had a reasonable price and thought he could deliver what we needed. And we just picked up some hay from him the other day, and same deal. He thought he was going to have more, and it just didn't come up.
Yeah.
So he did what he could for us, to his credit, but you can't fight Mother Nature.
Mitchell Huene is with us, Cowboys with a Mission, Meeteetse base. So what are you feeding in Meeteetse when we're talking about, getting livestock fed? We got, maybe you're in the market for rounds. You can get some cattle hay going. You got horses there, right? How many?
We've got 43 horses right now.
Ooh.
Yeah. And, mostly we just feed them grass hay.
Yeah.
We need them to take our students to go cowboy.
Yeah.
To help these local ranchers. And, so they have to be able to do a job. And, we've also got some cows that they'll need to be fed. And usually we're able to find somebody that's got a year or two old hay that's willing to just donate it. But I don't see that happening this year. People are hanging on to what they've got, and I don't blame them for it. We've got some sheep as well that they need to be fed. So
yeah,
big squares, small squares, we're still looking for whatever we can find.
Okay, remember that if you'd like to go, if you've got hay, one of the rare situations where you've got hay, think about a nonprofit, think about Cowboys with a Mission. Find them on the internet, cowboyswithamission.com. Reach out. They got email, phone numbers, all that. Mitchell Huene. Mitch, good luck. To the graduating class. So you have one, was that the first or the second for the summer? You have one more camp?
One more school this year. This one started in March, and it's just wrapping up now. The next one will start in September.
Okay. Yeah, if that sounds like something you want to pursue, also find that on cowboyswithamission.com. Mitchell, thanks for being on.
No problem, Jake. Nice to meet you.
Have a blessed weekend. Rod Miller awaits us next. right after this
Are you
break.
still throwing money at boring advertising that nobody remembers? Cowboy State Daily Radio is where Wyoming talks, laughs, debates, and actually pays attention. Your customers are not only listening, they're talking about the news of the day. So why not put your business in the middle of the conversation? From sponsored interviews to powerhouse statewide campaigns, Cowboy State Daily Radio delivers your message with an exclusive Wyoming reach. Contact Piper Fenimore today at piper@cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Hear that? That's the sound of your life. Perfectly imperfect. Beating in rhythm to the world you've created. But every time you drive after drinking, the music gets drowned out. Your life sounds pretty great. Don't let a buzz ruin it. Buzzed driving is drunk driving. Don't drive buzzed.
Whether it's our stories, the warmth of our laugh, or our family's secret sauce, we all bring something different to the table. So make some space. The power of connection is waiting right outside your comfort zone. Learn how you can help strengthen your community at belongingbeginswithus.org/team up.
Well, look who's here with a fresh glass of Woodford. It's Rod Miller, Lightning Rod Miller. I'm going to put that on your name. I'm good. What's happening with you?
Not much, just living the dream. My suntan's come along pretty good.
Yeah, that's free. It doesn't cost as much as hay.
Exactly.
Free vitamin D. Let's see, where are we going to go? I got a lot of things I want to touch on as we get a rare opportunity to visit with Rod Miller. Whether it's understanding the smell of buzzard puke, and who doesn't want to know what that smells like, or our Secretary of State is receiving a laxative endorsement from Representative Nina Weber. There's a lot of things we got to get to. Your column.
First of all, are you in Buffalo yet?
Not yet.
Okay.
October.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Yeah, I got commitments here in Teton County. I got a lot of weddings. I got a wedding tomorrow, huge wedding tomorrow.
Man, I thought you were already married.
No, DJing weddings.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I got a lot.
I have performed 5 weddings.
Have you really?
I'm an ordained minister in the Church of the Latter-day Dude. And I have performed 5 weddings. They're all still together. They're having kids. So I can almost perform a wedding with a guarantee that you're going to stay together.
Yeah, you're 5 for 5.
Yep.
That's pretty good. Is your ceremony, are you like pretty quick? Do you keep us there in the sun for a long time? That's all I care about.
It's quick. I usually let the couple write their own vows.
Yeah.
All I got to do is like sprinkle holy water on them. And
yeah. I do. She does. Bam. Kiss. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I've done one exorcism, and it didn't take.
Yeah. All right. The Wyoming Freedom Caucus, our failed experiment. Let's talk about, you quote, Alexis de Tocqueville, of course, is the French observer who mailed a fledgling United States the Statue of Liberty, one body part at a time, right? That's the guy?
Yeah.
Who gave us the Statue of Liberty?
France. France did.
Yeah, let's talk about
the French loved Thomas Jefferson and Tom Paine, two of our founders. They were like instrumental in the French Revolution. So France really liked those guys. So they gave us the Statue of Liberty, which was awfully kind of them.
Yeah. But he and others have noted the U.S. in the beginning and even today is the great laboratory in which different experiments and self-government are tested to see which ones might be combustible and which ones have a decent potential.
Yeah. And it's absolutely true. We keep experimenting with our self-government. And some experiments work and some don't. I mean, we changed our Constitution to prohibit alcohol back in the day.
Yeah.
And that didn't work. So we changed it back to where, we can have a tot in the morning.
Yeah. Boy, it's early. Well, it is Friday.
The sun is over the yardarm somewhere in the empire. Okay.
Yes. It's 5 o'clock somewhere. Jimmy Buffett. Right.
So I equate the Freedom Caucus, particularly in Wyoming, with one of those experiments that just blew up in our face, man. And I also quote Freud in that piece, who says the definition of insanity is repeating the same behavior, expecting a different result. So just like prohibition, that didn't work. Let's, get rid of the Freedom Caucus.
Yeah. What did they get wrong? And keep in mind, there are time constraints. We have only 15 minutes left in the show. What did they get wrong in your mind?
The litany is long and embarrassing for them. I mean, as I said in the article, they spent a day doing legislative work trying to outlaw chemtrails. And then they spent some legislative time trying to, pass a law where we could shoot down UFOs. And one of the Freedom Caucus guys, Jeff Wasserberger, floated an idea to where we could sell state land to Latter-day homesteaders for $1 an acre. It's just stupid crap like that. And they always tell, well, yeah, we cut property taxes. Yeah, they did. And now schools and counties and small towns are suffering because they cut property taxes without thinking. They just cut it because of their populism, their innate populism. And they always say, well, the people voted for this. Well, yeah, people get a chance to vote every couple years. We got an election coming up, and let's see how the people of Wyoming grade the Freedom Caucus.
What's the great experiment of Freedom Caucus going to look like in 19 days? August 18th, coming quick.
Yep.
So, the great experiment. Don't, shaking that test tube in the laboratory. Careful. That's volatile. Watch out.
Well, and on top of that, we get one of their Rebecca Bextel handing out campaign checks on the Wyoming floor. We get the Freedom Caucus poster boy getting busted for DUI and, coming up with this hilarious body cam video. And, one of their guys has a felony conviction in Colorado that he hasn't really talked much about. So it's just, the experiment didn't go like we wanted it to.
Yeah, there are some things in the news to note about the Freedom Caucus. Rod just mentioned some of the more outer edge, bizarre ones. Also, it's just, the idea of proposing deep cuts during a time where the state is not, not hurting that much financially. And there's this, perception that Freedom Caucus gets its marching orders from somewhere back east.
Yeah. And that ain't Pine Bluffs.
The other column, I love this column, comparing the 1986 election to it's deja vu all over again. Paint the picture. 1986, Democrat governor is in place. Ed Herschler seemingly would never leave. He was running 3 terms, and it caused a dam burst of pent-up Republican lust when he finally left the governor's office. And we could finally get a Democrat or a Republican in there, but it didn't go that way. What was it like in 1986? What do you see today?
I worked on Bill Budd's campaign. I was in Herschler's office, but in my spare time, I worked on Bill Budd's campaign, and he came in second to Pete Simpson, pretty thin margin.
Yeah,
but the candidate slate of Republican candidates in the primary it was like the A team of Republicans.
It was heavy hitters.
Pete Simpson, Bill Budd, Russ Donley, Fred Schroeder, all these bigwigs, and they it was a bruising primary. And I think I said in my column it was bruising in 1986 terms because it's way different than today. But still, it exhausted everybody. The donors were exhausted. The volunteers were exhausted because the Republicans spent all this time just smashing each other in the primary. And Pete Simpson finally won. And he faced, in the general election, Mike Sullivan, lawyer from Casper, who had never even been elected to a school board. First time running for elective office, and he's running for governor. And in the column, I mentioned watching the nightly news, the night of the general election. They go down through the states, the talking heads and the networks, and finally they got to Wyoming. And this guy, I forget who it was, Roger Mudd or somebody like that, said in Wyoming, we have on the Republican side running for governor, and this was before the votes had been tallied, Pete Simpson, son of Millward Simpson, former governor and U.S. Senator from Wyoming, brother of Al Simpson, sitting U.S. Senator from Wyoming, the scion of an old line Wyoming Republican family. And opposing him on the Democratic side is Casper lawyer Mike Sullivan, who has as much business in this race as a moose in a phone booth. I thought that was hilarious. And then Sullivan won.
Wow.
Yeah. And I think, and I've talked to a bunch of people before I wrote that column, that it was voter fatigue that really, people said, I don't know, we're sick and tired of people fighting each other over this office. We're just going to vote for the Democrat who, he hasn't annoyed us that much.
Yeah.
And it turns out Mike Sullivan was one of our finer governors.
Learn from history. The 1986 Donnybrook of a GOP primary for governor just caused voters to say, we're tired of seeing this, hearing this, and they went blue. They went the other way. Sullivan was in there for 2 terms of his own. I don't know. You mentioned deja vu. It's looking a lot like that in the U.S. House race, but
exactly.
What is the Democratic try? If we do get voter fatigue, if we say, look, we're tired of this nonsense that happened over there in the Republican primary, we're going blue. Your choices are thin. You got Landers, Lisa Kinney, who has spent time in the state Senate, and you got a relative unknown, Elena Del Rio. So I don't know.
Well, the thing is, the 2 Democratic candidates They're not flooding your mailbox with these garish mailers and the TV with ads calling each other jerks and communists and whatever. The Democrats aren't doing that.
Yeah.
Nor did they do that back. I think Sullivan had a primary opponent. I forget who it was, but the Democrats didn't do that. The Republicans are doing that, and they're pissing people off by their approach to the Republican primary. And I think that's going to backfire on them in the House race.
Yes.
Specifically. The House race is it's 10 times as entertaining as that 86 gubernatorial GOP race.
which you
slew each other back in 86.
No, you called that bruising, but today it's it's knives out, bloody. I mean, it's similar but different. It's kind of times 10. 1986. Will it cause voter fatigue? It definitely might, but I don't know if there's an option on the other side of the ticket when we get to November. Maybe.
Nobody thought there was in 86.
Yeah, true enough. Let's talk about Rod Miller crushing on Nina Simone.
And look me in the eye and tell me that you aren't crushing on Nina Simone.
Dude, that voice here. Did you know this? What's her real name, by the way? We're going to see who's befitting to be her boyfriend.
I don't know. I've always heard her.
Eunice.
Okay.
Wayman is her real name, the high priestess of soul.
I do know she's a classically trained pianist.
Yes, she was classic, and her hope was to be like a great concert pianist. And she was trying to get into Juilliard and did to some degree get some Juilliard schooling with that. But in order to earn money to be a classically trained pianist, she took a job at the Midtown Bar and Grill on Pacific Avenue in Atlantic City, New Jersey. And can you imagine the cigar chomping owner of this bar? He hires an unknown Nina Simone to play the piano, and he tells her, "You got to sing too. You can't just play the piano. It'll cause people to drink more." He gave her $90 a week if she would sing.
Interesting.
And my goodness, thank goodness this dude, man, he had the vision, and he made Nina Simone. He made her sing, and it's her voice. Oh, holy cow!
And eventually her writing, some of the songs she wrote.
Good point. Yeah.
She could, she covered Sandy Denny. She covered Billie Holiday. She covered a lot of excellent songwriter, but she wrote songs like Mississippi Goddamn, which would just blow your socks off.
Yeah. All right. Well, stand in line. If you think the race for U.S. House is crowded, both Rod and I want to be the boyfriend for Nina Simone. Yeah. I hear you.
I had no idea you were such a fanboy. I'm impressed.
I'm a DJ. I play her all the time. She's my favorite dinner music go-to. Come on. She's a classic. All right, Rob, what's that next column going to be? What are you working on? Because
I don't know. I may, depending on how the news breaks out the next 3 days, I may do a column on the Wyoming congressional delegation being called by Cowboy State Daily twice. All three of them were called twice to comment on Peabody's, doing away with their retiree medical benefits.
Yeah,
and they never called back. They never called back. So if that situation maintains itself through the middle of the week, I'm going to write a column about the Wyoming congressional delegation ghosting Wyoming, just not responding to constituents wanting to know what's going on. Now, they can't force Peabody to reinstate those. Peabody's probably legally within its right to do away with that retirement. And there's probably not a role for the delegation to play in that. But they can at least respond to Cowboy State Daily and say, even just, gosh, that's a terrible situation. I feel for those miners. But it's just been crickets, man.
Yeah.
And I think the press gives our delegation a little bit too much slack because, everybody in Wyoming, well, that's our team. They're in Washington. Well, teamwork goes two ways. So that may be my next call. We'll see.
Okay. All right.
Other than that, I've got a cowboy joke I'm going to work into a campfire column and send that to Jimmy. So.
Okay. All right. Are you going to give us the sneak preview on it, or we got to wait and read it?
You got to wait and read it, man.
Okay.
I only write those things 20 minutes, a half hour before I send them in. I don't even know what I'm going to say yet. Those are the two topics I'm thinking about.
If we can trust you even wrote them and not some machine.
Yeah. They give the job done.
You got to get some sweat in that hat, but it's good to see you again.
This is my new hat. This is an off-the-shelf Stetson Open Road.
Yep.
My brother gave it to me the other day because apparently he thinks I don't have enough hats, but I wanted to bring it in and brag on it too.
Yeah.
Haven't done a thing to it. It's still got the thumb curl, the taped edge, cattleman's crease, 2 3/4 inch brim.
Yeah, looks good.
This is the hat favored by Harry Truman and LBJ, two presidents. It's also the hat worn by bankers and lawyers and cattle buyers wear this hat.
Yeah.
As do guitar playing hipster Americana musicians in skinny jeans and weird beards wear.
Thanks, Rod. You have a great week. Yes, sir. Have a great weekend.
You too, buddy. All right. Thanks, Jake.
All right. I'll be playing Nina Simone at a wedding tomorrow.
Oh, cool. Don't play Mississippi Goddamn. That's a buzzkill at a wedding.
No. I'm going to go with, what is my go-to?
Who Knows Where the Time Goes is like one of my favorite Nina Simone covers. She covers Sandy Denny on that song.
Oh.
Google that. Who Knows Where the Time Goes?
I'm looking at that right now. Okay, I'm going to check that out.
It's really romantic.
All right, I'm going to listen to that. Awesome. I like My Baby Just Cares for Me. That's an easy one. Easily.
She also does a great cover of Screaming Jay Hawkins' I Put a Spell on You.
I love that song, and that's not easy to cover because Screaming Jay is bizarre doing it.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
And check out a Tom Russell song. Tom Russell wrote a song called Nina Simone.
Oh,
and
wow.
It's got incredible lyric in it. Like, it was down in San Cristobal. I was lost and alone, but walking beside me was Nina Simone. Outside in the rail yard, the trains rattle and moan. It's just Hank Williams talking to Nina Simone.
I gotta listen to that.
You'll like that song.
I gotta check that out. Thanks, Rod.
Everybody.
Cowboy State Daily Show, closing the week out on Rod Miller. That's the best way to go out. Don't forget, Jeff has you tomorrow on the Saturday edition. I'll see you Monday. Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.